Okay, waiting for this to show up as per the usual. 1 second, is it gonna update? Is it gonna work? Come on, let me see it. Any day now, YouTube. Hey, there we go. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and the void to which I cast this stream. Your boy is back at it again, this time with all 60 of the guard operators. Despite only doing one class, I suspect this will be similar in length to the Supporter Vanguard episode. That being said, I'm going to kick things off right away as per normal. And yes, I've figured out how to have chat display on the stream, even if it isn't quite working properly with the transparency, but I can very much work around that. I will figure that out in the future. Apologies if I mute a bit more than usual. I am a little bit sick, which is why my voice is a little bit nasally. So if I mute, chances are I'm just quickly blowing my nose, or I'm having those weird tech issues again, which I've hopefully fixed, but never know. Either way, starting straight off, Akafuyu. Now, this is a very extremely strong start when it comes to clothing design. I love the samurai aesthetic. That is going to be a weird... that is not going to help your balance, having a giant pauldron on just one arm and it's not even sitting on top of her shoulder. That being said, while this isn't the most practical combat armor, in terms of fashion, this is amazing. The color scheme is fantastic. The skirt is gorgeous. I do like the pouches a lot. It meshes well with her sword. It meshes well with her gloves. Even the skin-tight top looks amazing, even if it's not very practical. And once again, this is a case of, like with Manticore, Akafuyu is basically blind. So she should be setting the standard. Instead, she's dripping like crazy. The footwear, more practical than most of the sandals that Arknights has. Though, as usual, for whatever reason, they've decided, hey, these need to be platform sandals, and then have weird little suit collars right up here near the ankle. That being said, the greaves, love them. The tights, love them. The skirt, love it. This is a very excellent outfit, especially given Akafuyu is basically blind. In her E2, essentially no change, though she is definitely wearing a less see-through shirt. And it also goes a little bit longer. The skirt is sitting a bit differently, and you can really just see the details from a slightly different angle for the most part. Then it comes to her skin. This is another fantastic outfit. This is a lot more practical. You'd see this a lot more day to day. Almost a sort of scholarly military vibe. Love the cap. Love the jacket. That sits on her very, very excellently. Even the slightly baggy arms. The skirt, that's an interesting layer choice, having very tight shorts with a very long open skirt. But again, I like thighs. And look, end of the day, it looks nice. And it's pretty practical. This is excellent day wear. You go around looking like this, you're looking pretty awesome. And no one's really going to raise any questions except, hey, why are your thighs on display so much? Once again, not a big fan of the weird collar on the shoes, but putting that aside, these are really lovely shoes. And again, she's blind. This is an amazing outfit, all things considered. She's even managed to match her umbrella to her skirt, and not completely blind, just mostly. That being said, Akafuyu definitely starting us off in the awesome tier. Borderline S tier, but having seen a few of the guards coming up, I don't want that tier to be too bloated, and let me tell you, some of them are stylish like crazy. So moving straight on to Amiya Guard Edition. Now, unlike Caster Amiya, there are only 2 arts for her. That being said, I don't think anything needs to be said about how impractical this gauntlet is. It's not even touching her, it's like flying attached by some magic. Aside from that, the rest of the outfit is just standard Amiya, very nice streetwear. But the only really special thing about this outfit is the giant gauntlet, which it's reaching almost the top of her head. You're going to stab people, you're going to walk past things, this is going to get caught. It's not attached, so maybe that won't be an issue. But that being said, Amiya looks nice as always. Very stylish, there's a reason she's a mascot of the game, they put a little bit extra into her design. And when it comes to her upcoming skin, this is once again, very nice outfit. The gloves, yeah, that'd be a bit weird, a bit hard to wear. I cannot imagine it's comfortable having cloth covering your bunny ears. And her midriff is exposed despite it otherwise being a very tight concealing outfit, which, look again, I'm an absolute fan of that. I don't mind at all. I don't know how or why she is sitting on planets, but it is what it is. Hello, Takra. Nice to see you. How are you doing? That being said, though, Amiya, I reckon, is another A tier. Not too notable. Nothing too out there, but very, very good looking. So I'm going to put her right in A tier with Akafuyu. That isn't dragging over properly. That's a pain. Easy fix. Hey, wonderful to hear. Glad your Sunday is going well. Apologies for that. This is acting up for no reason. There we go. Alrighty, now moving on to Arene, the first male of this list. Now, not gonna lie, Arknights goes kind of nutty hard with male character design. Arene is probably going to be the lowest male on this list, because his is just kind of basic. Everyone else is just god tier. Though obviously that'll change as we get to them and have a look at them. In terms of Sancta, definitely the least stylish Sancta I've seen so far. But that is, again, everyone else sets the bar so high that doesn't make him bad. Yeah, there's a few weird things, like the weird mid-arm tight gloves. Opera-length latex gloves, a little bit of an unusual choice on a dude. This shirt is much too tight and formal with wide shoulders to be sleeveless. That is a bit strange. The belt's nice, but this is not a very good place to holster a weapon. That is hanging much too loosely. You'd want it actually attached to the belt more. But it could be more attached at the back. It's hard to say. I do respect that he is also showing off his thighs, but gotta say, this weird fold up on his shorts is a little strange. The thigh highs themselves, very nice. The shoes, relatively practical. Yes, there are sharp pointy bits here, but they won't get too much in the way. When it comes to his E2, exact same outfit. You can just see it slightly better. Definitely looks a bit weird on the art style. He looks like anorexically thin here, but less so here. That being said, I actually do think this is going to be a bit of a cringe, because this is just weird choices. Like, it's very unusual for someone to show off specifically their mid-arm and their thighs. The thighs are normal, especially in Arknights, but it's just... This jacket is much too bulky and neat. This looks more like a formal borderline suit jacket. So having latex opera gloves and having it be a half t-shirt, half jacket just looks a little bit weird. So while this is probably the lowest a male operator will ever go, at least in guards, I'm going to sit him here for now. Coming up next, Aesthesia. Now, I was very surprised. It turns out Aesthesia... Oh, right. My apologies. He looks much, much better in his skin. This is more normal design outfit. Still weird bagginess, weird tightness around the wrists. That wouldn't really be comfortable because that is sitting like halfway up his hand. It's not quite low enough to be his wrists. But outside of that, this is yeah, this is enough to move him. He is absolutely going to go up to basic with that because unlike his E0, E2, that's actually quite a nice outfit. Nothing too special, but this is the kind of stuff you'd see someone wear IRL and you'd think, yeah, they're dressed nice. Now, back to Aesthesia, since I forgot Arene had a skin. To my surprise, Aesthesia has 3 skins, which I believe is the most I've seen of an operator so far. That being said, all of them look pretty solid. Like, this is a relatively plain dress. I don't know why her foot is apparently broken in this image. This is not... At the very least, she's not balanced. But that has nothing to do with the outfit. The outfit itself is just lovely. This is a slightly weird tie, but it works with the collar. It's just... The dangling part is a bit weird. I love the little flowers covering her upper torso without making it a solid blob of color. I love how it's also integrated into the shoulders and the sleeves. This is a bit of a sleeveless dress, but this is the comfortable kind of sleeveless. Looks a bit strange with the collar. The collar doesn't look like it's particularly attached to anything, but at the end of the day, it still looks lovely. The metal straps, yeah, they're a bit weird. They are, however, tying the skirts in place and keeping them from moving too much. Oh, I do know how to draw a little bit. I'm not very good. I'm a solid mid-tier artist. I can reach 6 on a good day. Oh, you'd say A tier? Yeah, honestly, this default outfit, this is absolutely A tier so far. It could be a bow, you're right, but it's hard to tell. It doesn't look like a bow, or at least a full bow, because there would be a second set with the way it's tied, unless this is yeah, because this is a single piece, so it can't be tied in a bow fashion. There's a collar that goes around the neck, then a bow that sticks out each side. Yeah, it does kind of look like that. It's just usually with a bow, there's 2 more little strips, one on each side, because you're tying in a loop. Either way, like, it doesn't look bad. It's just hard to tell what it is. It complements the outfit really well, aside from this dangly bit, which could just be a little bit more stylized. But again, this is a really, really solid outfit. And I think you can see it, yeah, you just get to see it at a little bit different of an angle in the E2. She's actually standing on solid ground, and I cannot talk about this position because I absolutely stand like this. A lot of people get very confused. I stand very strangely, but it's weirdly comfortable. And yeah, it looks a bit more like a bow in this image, but again, there's only 3 strips, so I'm not sure how it's set up. It's hard to tell. Either way, her default outfit, absolute A tier. Then her first of many. She has 3 skins. This, again, this is just a really lovely dress. It is always a little unusual to see such a sort of tame covering dress and then the chest is a bit exposed, but that's like tastefully exposed, especially for an anime game. IRL, you wouldn't think too much on that, even if maybe you'd add like some kind of semi-translucent undershirt. But all in all, I love the way it hugs her figure without being super revealing. I love this bulkiness in the shoulders here. It does actually really work with the bulky sleeves, and oh yeah, this is a good example of what I was meaning earlier. Usually in a ribbon, they'll have one on each side, then one coming down each way. I love these just above the elbow gloves. They fit perfectly with this color scheme. They're not taking too much attention, and she's got a little bit of a highlight right over the wrists. When it comes to the corset, this isn't a proper corset, and I mean that in a good way. This isn't super tight, but it's enough to add a lot of fullness to the figure, and it really highlights the skirt, which is what you want it to do. She's not trying to draw attention to her navel specifically, but it's still nice to look at, which is perfect. This belt, this is an example of a belt sitting around your waist that actually works, unlike a few of the others. This wouldn't be too uncomfortable. It's not too tight, and it's also not too loose. It's not going to fall off. Obviously, it'd be a bit awkward walking around in this dress, but the most awkward part of this outfit would be these little tassels on the shoulder, because they definitely flap. They will get tangled in things. But at the end of the day, this isn't an outfit you're doing lots of physical activity in, so it's not too important. This like semi-belt scarf is a little bit strange, but it does add some nice color highlighting, so it's not too big of an issue. Her shoes, sort of standard heels, pretty good. You would ideally want a second strap, because that would make it easier to keep on. But that being said, this looks pretty tight, so that wouldn't be too much of an issue. Just, there's a reason most high heels will have 2 straps. It makes it a bit more comfortable on your foot. Especially a large, bulky strap like this, that's going to feel a bit weird. And if you go out for any extended duration of time, you're going to get a suntan line there, and it's going to be strange. I love the slight bird aesthetic. I love that they're making it very clear she's a liberi. That's really lovely. The little tail feathers there. I love that she's holding a sword as well. Despite everyone forgetting she's an arts guard, she is actually the 5-star Surtur. It's just the power gap is absolutely ridiculous. How the heck do I know what the little liberi? I really like Arknights lore. Not quite enough to read all of the event stages and the story, because let's just say it doesn't necessarily work well in the format it's presented, but the actual story itself is really great. Oh, the heels? Oh yeah, that's a much more relevant question. I have 3 older sisters, so let's just say I have worn heels, I have worn dresses, and I have worn makeup. And then I also was a drama student, so exact same reasoning there. My least favorite outfit wasn't even the heels and dresses. It was a giant Russian overcoat during a performance in summer under very heavy stage lighting, which, let's just say, stage lighting is exceptionally warm, and I am heat sensitive. I was on stage for about 5 minutes, and we needed to wash the coat very, very thoroughly every performance because I was just sweating that much. Once again, though, absolute A tier. This, I'd honestly even say, is S. This is a fantastic outfit. A lot more personality than her default. No, her default's actually really great as well. Not gonna lie. Then when it comes to her second outfit, it is a bit hard to tell her outfits apart because they all are very conservative flowing and all have the same color scheme. That being said, once again, this is a fantastic outfit with the exception of how ridiculously long these tassels are. Case in point, she's stepping on it. The shoes, lovely. This little weird strap, that is not going to be comfortable though, especially with what look like pearl necklaces acting as the other straps. So this is definitely going to hurt your foot a bit, even more than standard heels. The thigh highs, major fan. She is exposing both inner and outer thigh if her skirt flips, but this is a very, very long, bulky skirt, so outside of this, it's not going to be flipping often. Once again, a few weird tassels that would get in the way a little bit. They're going to get caught in some stuff, but nowhere near the end of the world, especially compared to a lot of other operators. Like, this isn't too bad. This is only about the length of your arm. It's going to be flappy. It's going to get in the way in a little bit. But it also looks nice, which is the point. Once again, I love this... I love the way it goes up her neck. I love the conservativeness. It's showing off her figure without showing off the entirety of it to plain view. There's a lot to be said about it. You can look a lot more appealing by covering things than by showing them. This is lovely contouring. This fits her excellently. I'm not sure why she's holding a microphone. Presumably she's mid-performance, but... If she's mid-performance, why are there so many swords around? Either way, it's a lovely aesthetic detail. I once again love the gloves. She has excellent taste in gloves. If anything, you'd want this to be a tiny bit longer before it starts flaring. This will start coming off a little bit, but that's fine. And it looks like it's slightly attached to the wristbands, so not too much of an issue. This thigh band, not really sure what that's accomplishing. Ideally, you'd want to attach the tassels there. They might be, but it's hard to tell. All of the headgear, as always... very over the top, but in a nice way, where it looks fantastic. This wouldn't be comfortable to wear, but it does look very nice. And I love the little gold highlights tying strands of her hair together. Love the little crosses she's got. All in all, another excellent outfit. And then her third and final skin. This is definitely the most distinct of her skins because it's got a slightly different color palette, which is lovely. The visor, little bit impractical. It's not balanced well on her hair, and you can't really use it for its intended purpose because she's also using it as a hair tie. The shoes are a bit weird. Once again, a weird combination of they look armored and steel-toed, but they also look like runners, which is that's happened a few times, especially in the Vanguards. The little ankle high, mid shin high stockings, lovely, but this strap on the side is a bit weird. But it would help take it on and get it off. It just looks a bit strange. Classic wrap around a belt around the thighs to make it look nicer. This one is tying on nothing. This one at least has a pouch justifying it. These belts are a bit too loose, and I'm again not really sure what they're attaching. They're not attaching her sword. There's nowhere really to rest that. They're not attaching this briefcase. That would be way too heavy. The jacket, though, that's pretty nice. That's a pretty nice jacket. And again, it is a nice dress. It's the belts that are a bit weird. This is a jacket that's a bit too short for her, but that's on purpose. That's a fashion choice. And yeah, this is what I was talking with some of the dresses of. You usually have a slightly translucent or darker colored undershirt, but you can absolutely go without as well. But in this outfit, you definitely want it. Once again, very, very nice gloves. That being said, this is probably her least nice outfit in terms of design, but it's still good. So I'd say Aesthesia is a very, very solid... Not sure if A or S. It's definitely either very high A or mid to low S. But I reckon her E2, her first skin is really, really nice, so I'm going to pop her in S tier. Even though that last skin is a little bit weird. Yeah, there are lots of incredibly well-designed guards, so it's always... how quickly do I want all of these top-tier tiers to get filled? Now, moving straight on to Ayascarp. Is skin count for drip rank? To a degree, in the sense of, if you have lots of outfits and all of them are really nice, then that'll elevate it a bit, but usually there's at least one outfit that looks a little bit worse, like... But, for example, Aestesia's worst outfit, this is still an awesome outfit, you know what I mean? So the fact that all of her others were even better than this is her worst, and this is still really good. But end of the day, if you only have one outfit and it looks fantastic, that can also easily be an SS+. Like, case in point, Ioscarps, this looks a bit weird. And it doesn't really matter so much if he has a skin, this will still contribute. A lot of them have really long bangs. It wouldn't feel nice. Yeah, you're absolutely right. None of Astitia's outfits are really super practical, but at the end of the day, most really long, heavy dresses are very impractical. There's a reason, for the most part, big dresses are generally modernly only seen at parties, because they make you look really nice, but they're not convenient. Aeoscarp's outfit, this is really weird. I don't know why he's got like a translucent raincoat that also has a hood. Like, it looks really nice as an illustration, but in terms of an outfit, this is something you'd see on a fashion walkway and you'd go, okay, they went a bit weird, they used rubbish or something. Yeah, Aescarp's wearing a lab suit with a multi-layer jacket, you're absolutely right. But the over jacket looks weird, the under jacket also looks weird. Why are there 4 buttons and then giant zippers? Why does there appear to be another jacket underneath this second jacket underneath the third one? Why is one thigh way longer than the other? The pants are really nice. Those are very practical pants. I do like that these are just default standard shoes with a little bit of extra protection there. These would be easy to take on and off. Not sure what this weird strap here is about. But for whatever reason, anime games always have slightly weird shoes. And this is pretty normal shoe. But very nice shoe. I'm not sure what's going on here, but pants, very practical, nothing bad to say about them. It's just a case of this weird, like, giant, oversized raincoat that's semi-translucent. It just looks strange. When you see it... Okay, he's taken off the under jacket. He's just down to the over jacket, one layer of the under jacket, and he's showing off his toned abs, which, you know, absolute respect. He's a handsome guy. You can see the pants a bit better. Pants, definitely, yeah, pretty standard. Nothing too much to say, but very nice pants. Solid belt, solid pouches. These are a bit too far in the front. You'd want them slightly more on the side. Because, again, every time you step, they're going to catch the full momentum of your thigh and either slightly bounce inwards and hit you in the crotch, or slightly bounce outwards and constantly be jostling. And all you really need to do is slide that slightly, which you can absolutely do. That being said, like, while the illustration looks fantastic, as an actual outfit, this is just strange. Does he have a skin? Yeah. His skin, at least, is proper protective gear, for the most part. Still a lot of weird pouches that don't necessarily sit right. I do like the heavy knee protection, heavy insulated boots. This is proper protective gear. This will keep you safe. The only weird thing is the fact that his gloves are fingerless. If you're wearing protective gear, you do not want fingerless gloves, especially since from the markings, this is to deal with insulation against electricity. Well, suddenly there's water zones for the electricity to get you. And, oh god, he's got a giant clipper covering one ear, attaching it to his hood. Not gonna lie, Ioscarp is definitely better than Arene. Overall, yeah, so he'll have to be basic. Arene is still borderline cringe, it's just one of his skins is nice. But Ioscarp as a whole, nicer than Arene, but still a bit weird. The gloves don't look fingerless. In the skin, they're fingerless, not in the other ones. Not in his default. He's not wearing gloves there. Oh yeah, they could be some kind of grey material, but it's a bit hard to tell. It does match his skin color, but it could also be grey. It's just hard to tell because of the lighting, because, case in point, the metal apparatuses he's holding are basically the same shade as well. I read this as fingerless because it goes from black to this skin color, but it could very well be grey and it's just the lighting, you're right. Finally guards, though. Yes, and welcome. Don't worry, you haven't missed too much. Moving on to Bee Hunter. Now, Bee Hunter, this is relatively simple. That being said, it's really, really nice simple. I love that she's got one knee protection. End of the day, sometimes you need to drop to a knee, but you won't be, like, crouching for extended periods of time. So this minimizes discomfort while actually being relatively practical. I like that it's properly secured. A lot of the time it's not properly secured. You do not want any chance of gravel getting under your knee pads. I've had that personally happen. You just tear a massive hole in the side of your knee and you won't be able to walk properly. The shoes, very, very nice shoes. Very practical boots. I'm not sure what the hell this weird sock is here. But this solitary thigh-high, very nice. And I do love the color scheme. It's just, why is there a giant X over this one? It's sitting a bit weirdly. The shorts, very, very nice shorts. I've seen lots of people with similar shorts to this IRL. I mean, yeah, she's showing off her thighs, and the shorts contribute to that, so it's definitely a fashion choice, and it matches very, very well. I love the ornaments, especially this weird little dangling honey. Bear, rather, not honey. Love the chain, always a good fit. I love that punk rock vibes. Very, very nice jacket. Not really my style, but it's still a very nice jacket, and it complements the outfit very well. And it is strange to see a black and yellow color scheme. Obviously, it's mainly because she is a bee hunter, and it's a bee color. But it's a very unusual color scheme, and it works. And I love the way that she's kept it going throughout the rest of her outfit, including with the thigh highs. Hair matches the outfit as well, so that's nice. Now, knuckle dusters. These are very, very illegal in our world. We can't say for sure in the Arknights world. These are slightly impractical knuckle dusters. You wouldn't want giant spikes like that, because the goal of a knuckle duster is to hit sort of grazing past with the force over your outwards to most knuckles, because otherwise all of the force of the metal is going to hit your knuckles and you're going to break your fingers. So adding the spikes makes it a bit easier to hit, but also makes it a bit easier to hit wrong. That being said, she's a much better brawler than me. And hey, she hasn't broken her fists yet in the game lore. Her E2, nothing majorly different. She's got her jacket tied around her waist, which does reveal that she's wearing this weird underjacket overall thing, which I'm not a big fan of. But outside of that, everything else about this outfit is just excellent. I, once again, love the bandage gloves. Those are a bit of a pain to take off, especially since they're wrapped individually over each finger. But they're relatively comfortable. It actually feels pretty nice wearing gloves like that. Not fully gloves. I forget the term. Hand wraps, that's it. And it does definitely help with punching things. It makes it much harder for you to accidentally break your wrist by slightly twisting it too much and taking the full force of the punch on your wrist. And then Bee Hunter's skin. Nothing too much to say as an outfit, except she has more balls than me to be rocking a bear onesie in public with just socks. The outfit, not necessarily amazing, but this is more sleepwear than a proper outfit. And it looks nice, it's cute. I love the little shapes, I love the extra spices of color. This is already absolutely filthy. Honey does not come out easily. I do like that she's still got her knuckle dusters. That being said, you shouldn't have them on display. That kind of defeats the point of them being a hidden weapon. And I'm not sure why they have so much chain to them this time. That being said, this doesn't subtract too much from just how excellent her default outfit is, so I'm definitely still going to pop her in awesome. Now, moving on from Bee Hunter, we have Aesthesia, the second fashionista of Arknights, right up there with Orchard. Now, Aesticia's outfits, they're not insanely in your face. Not to the same level of Orchard. But that being said, they are really, really excellent. Like, the hair detailing, the little bow there, even that, like, that's adding a lot of depth to her head. One thing a lot of beginner illustrators struggle with is when they just have the hair here, the silhouette kind of looks like a penis. So adding little tassels like this to the hair makes a massive difference with silhouette, and even when you're just looking at it as an outfit, silhouette is pretty important. You only notice it subconsciously, though. But it's something to pay attention to. Love what she's got around her neck, aside from the Ripathy collar. That's not really her fault. She definitely has a Ripathy there that needs monitoring. I'm not sure what's going on with this mechanical shoulder collar. Especially this weird tassel that's attached to it that doesn't necessarily make sense. But the shirt itself and the jacket, absolutely lovely. This is really practical. That's really nice to see. Like, this is fashionable, but this won't get in your way at all. It'll be a little uncomfortable around the shoulders because of how it's sitting, but nothing too bad. Needs more belts. Hey, look, say what you will. She's using her belt sufficiently. She has a scabbard. That is not sitting in the right spot, but at the end of the day with a skirt, you're not going to get it sitting right anyway. This is going to be a pain in the ass if her sword is holstered. Especially because the handle is definitely going to be digging into her ribs and hitting her elbow constantly. That being said, what belts she does have are used effectively. They're keeping the jacket from going too far out up here, and they're keeping the skirt relatively tight, which again, these are very, very flowy, heavy skirts, but because of how it sits in your body, they're not too bad. I love this underdress, though. It's very frilly, especially around the middle, and it's a little bit more skin tight than you'd usually see, but it complements the color scheme really well. I love the attention to detail with the blue lavender slight contrast. Love all of the feathers again, once again showing off she's a Liberi. The shoes, very, very cute. You wouldn't usually have bows on a shoe. They're going to get pretty dirty, but it's not touching the ground, so this is the most practical you can get for bows on a shoe. I believe her E2... Oh yes, her E2 is a completely different outfit. Once again, though, really, really lovely outfit. I again love the highlights in her hair. It works especially well because it goes from black to white gradient, which I'm personally extremely weak to. Not a big fan of this metal thing around her shoulders again. I assume that's some kind of instrument to do with her oropathy or something. From a fashion point, it's a bit weird. I love the little butt wings. Her silhouette looks like a Christmas tree. Yeah, you are absolutely right. It's got weird gaps here, but if you look at that, it is absolutely Christmas tree. You just need to stick a star on her head. That is a good catch. But yeah, slightly different color scheme. I don't think this shade of green works quite as well on her, especially because she's kept the purple and blue highlights. But the actual outfit itself is still fire. So when you're looking at this as a whole, her E2 again, this one is worse than her E0, but it's still really excellent. Yeah, the yellow-green is a bit odd. It doesn't contrast well with the rest of her outfit. She's got a monochrome with slight bluish tinge highlights going for a usual theme, and with her E0. And it's exclusive that color scheme with the E0. Then when you add the little bit of... It's a bit too bright. It's a very sort of drab gothic style color scheme, and then you've got bright green yellow. So it catches the eye, but it also doesn't look nice, same as these three weird tassels that are just going to get in the way. This dress, less convenient, less well balanced. This is absolutely dragging on the ground, unless this is made of reinforced steel, in which case it's going to destroy your ankles if you step wrong. I do love the thigh high. This one's a bit weird, but it's to add contrast. Shoes, once again, actually practical heels. This is fine. You've got the second point of connection, which makes it a lot less painful rather than just having this here, though this will make it a bit of a pain to take on and off. Then it comes to her skin. This is a really cute skin. This is just sort of standard winter wear. It's nothing too fancy, but it's really, really lovely. Love the sweater, love the scarf. This is a great length jacket, especially considering she's got the sweater underneath. I love jackets that go to about the mid-thigh. That's basically the perfect place for them to end, balance-wise and comfort-wise, and it'll keep you nice and warm. Especially, you can tie this up. This is a proper snow jacket. She's got the Enfield drip on E2. Yeah. I haven't seen too much of Enfield, but from what I have seen, they do add a bit more vibrance. Which, look, Arknights is a pretty depressing game, so I don't blame them for trying that. Her boots and her skin, fantastic. It's a bit weird to have heel boots in the snow. That's going to make it a little bit of a pain. But that being said, if you're not actually going in the snow, and she's just posing here, if you're going on a coffee date or something, this is a fantastic outfit. Relatively tame. It's not too in your face. You're not going to catch everyone's eyes, but you're just looking really excellent. So honestly, I'm going to give Bibik an S tier. The worst part of any of her outfits is just this weird color scheme here with the extra green and the 3 belts. But outside of that, you can tell she's a fashionista. With not quite to the level of Orchard, but she looks really, really amazing. Now, moving on from Bibik, we have Blaze, everyone's favorite cat. Not Blaze from Sonic the Hedgehog, though. That being said, I love Blaze as a unit, I love the illustration, I really, really love the chainsaw, but the outfit is a little bit weird. To start us off with these shoes, I have talked a lot about giant flares on your shoes that mean your feet will just kind of slide out really easily. This is an example. You want this to be tighter. And then she's got extra weird frills sticking up that are just going to constantly get caught on things. Thigh highs, these are very, very tightly tied. They will cut off circulation a bit. That being said, they look amazing. Yeah, for shoes at least, you do want function over form, but Blaze has absolutely gone form over function. The biggest problem with this outfit, it isn't even the see-through skirt that, let's be real, you're going to flash someone wearing this. This is way too tight. The garter to this belt around her thigh will offset it a bit. But what is up with this belt? This is going to constantly be hitting both of your thighs, especially because it's weighted at the end. It's tied securely on this side at least, but this is also going to limit your mobility because it's tied right across the front of your legs. This pouch needs to be further around the side, not by much, just a little. At least this top belt is sitting well. Yeah, literal garter belt, like full-on belt. Emphasis on the belt. The gloves are nice, but this weird bit of padding on the back of the hand is weird. Not really sure what the purpose is there. Generally speaking, the back of your hand isn't really a vulnerable point that needs protection. Fingerlessness, definitely a bit dangerous when you're handling a chainsaw. That being said, though, like, look, Blaze is pretty good at what she does. It's not too egregious or anything, and it looks really nice. I love the fact that her chainsaw has a giant holster. I do also love that it has a proper carrying case strap. That's something that a lot of operators just inexplicably don't have. They have nowhere to put their weapon. Blaze has 2 giant straps, so she can at least carry this without leaving it out. So she can carry it safely, which, credit where it's due, that is pretty important. That being said, you probably wouldn't tie your ID to your weapon, because then if you lose your weapon, you're kind of doubly screwed. This arm guard over her elbow, that's a bit too bulky, and the strap is a bit too tight. But end of the day, it does keep your arm safe, your elbow safe. It is nice to the bendy bits and the soft bits, and she's exposed. It's nice to armor the bendy and soft bits. She's exposing the soft bits, but at least she's protecting the bendy bits. Getting a cut on the back of your elbow basically makes you unable to bend your arm, and is basically the same as temporarily losing your arm. Now, when it comes to her jacket, the jacket looks lovely, and it is a pretty nice jacket. It does expose the chest a lot more than a lot of women would want, but not everyone is against that. Some people like it. And end of the day, it can at least tie up. That's why it's a bit baggy. That's why it sits a bit weird. You can tell that it has accounted for what it needs to go over, so even though it's a very tight jacket down here, it's much larger up here. Does leave it looking a bit weird and baggy, but there's a reason people love drawing it in fan art, aside from Blaze being popular. The collar of the jacket, though, is a bit weird, especially because she seems to have attached a wired radio to it. I'm not sure where this radio is, but she's definitely attached it there. And the undershirt, that's pretty comfortable, except for this weird strap that goes right across the top of the boobs. Not sure what that's attached to. That is going to feel awkward, same as the one. The one right under won't feel that bad. But it's mainly just this weird belt contraption she's got that take away from the outfit. This pouch is sitting in the right spot. This one isn't. So this one needs to come slightly further around. When it comes to her E2, it should be the same outfit. Slightly different, actually. She's wearing a different undershirt. Or at least it's been torn or something along those lines. No, she's definitely wearing a different undershirt. It doesn't have the black side highlight. The collar looks a lot nicer from this angle. She's still got the weird radio equipped somewhere, but not visibly where. The belt looks better here. They've rotated this further out. So it's now more functional. That being said, it still has this weird strap dangling right between your crotch. That's going to hit both of your inner thighs when you're walking. I do like that she's carrying around what appears to be a gas canister for her chainsaw, and I love that her chainsaw's on display. She's ditched the carrying case, but look, we know she has a carrying case, so that's not too important. The glove, nice. I'm always a big fan of definitely not blood. That's a personal thing. Not sure what these grenades are supposed to be. As far as I know, Blaze doesn't even in the story use grenades. That being said, they're tied around very securely. Double strap, you'd want them a little bit closer in. As it stands, this is on the very, very edge. That's not really the best place to put straps for pouches. But it's not, like, awful or anything along those lines. Not too much to say about this. The shoes look a little bit better. They've gotten rid of the weird frills, but again, they're a bit too open. Not too much different from her E0, though. Then it gets to her skin. Now, again, aesthetically, I love Blaze's skin, and say what you will, these are nice socks. This is very proper footwear. Let's get that out of the way first. Even this shirt, yeah, a lot of people wouldn't wear this in public, but this is also a pretty nice shirt. The problem is the pants. Now, it's not that they look bad, it's that these are actively in the process of falling off of her. So if she stands up, she is no longer wearing pants, or it's going to be a close thing. They realistically need to sit like an extra inch or two up her thighs, and or be a little bit tighter around the groin area. But it just, even if it doesn't fall down, it looks like it's about to fall down, so it's going to throw people off. I'm not sure what these weird, giant, longer than her legs frills, no, not frills. I'm forgetting the term. Tassels, that's it. Tassels on the side are. I do like the rings. I like the watch. You wouldn't really wear a watch while performing on the drums, because it's just going to jostle and constantly bang your wrist, which is going to throw off your drums a little bit, but looks nice. I love the band around her other wrist. This shoulder pouch serves no purpose. It shouldn't be there. It's just to add a little bit of color, design-wise. I can appreciate that. And I do love the radio wear headset. That's fantastic. It's just the pants taking away from this. So honestly, Blaze had a lot of stuff. Yeah. If it was just this outfit, it would definitely be basic, because there's a few flaws with this one, but I'd reckon she's still awesome, because her default outfit, aside from the really weird belts, which is mainly just a practicality issue, this is pretty stylish. So yeah, I'm going to put Blaze in an A. Oop, let me resize it, please. There we are. Yeah. Too many operators for them to be that large. So, moving on from Blaze, we have Broker. Now, my guy is stylish as hell. The worst part of his outfit is that he has a saw attached to one of his biceps. Outside of that, this isn't like a god tier outfit or anything, but this is a very awesome outfit. The goggles, once again, they fit him. They are the correct size, which is not always the case. Let's just say that. The gloves are a little bit weird. I do like that the knuckles are protected, especially, and they're full finger gloves, which is great when you're handling a drill like this, but they're also relatively loose around the wrist. You do actually want that when you're handling a drill, because if for whatever reason it gets caught, the glove is going to come off before your fingers do. And yeah, standard techwear, I do agree. Absolute techwear vibes. I do love the sort of half skirt. This will get a little bit flappy, but it's not too bad. Yeah, the leg armor really carries the outfit. It really emphasizes the pants very well. I don't think this shade of yellow is really a good match to the color scheme, but it's faint enough shade. Not faint, it's dull enough yellow that it also doesn't take away from it. And yeah, the armored feet, absolutely excellent, even if the armor ends a bit weird with looking like runners right at the tip of his toe. Why does he have a mag for his drill? I mean, have you seen the size of this thing? It needs a lot of power. The better question... Oh, yeah, right, that's not attached to his arm, by the way. That's attached to his drill. The better question is, why do you have a circular saw at the back of your drill? At least it is properly protected, so he's unlikely to cut himself, even if he is very, very likely to cut others. Leg armor and Velcro shoes combo. Yeah, you're absolutely right. He's armored up the wazoo, and then he's wearing Velcro straps to keep his shoes on. That's a good catch, actually. The arm armor, this is nice. He's showing off his biceps while still keeping the most important parts protected. End of the day, you're a lot less likely to get injured in the upper bicep. I do like that while it's a sleeveless jacket, and I'm not sure what the purpose is of this little bulge here, it is a sturdy sleeveless jacket. Like, if this catches a little bit of damage, it's going to be fine. Though he will still get cuts on his biceps. Hey, look, sometimes you want to show off the guns. I love that it's very slightly unzipped to hint at his chest without showing it. That is a great example of concealment makes things more appealing. These pouches, I have no idea what purpose they serve. But look, end of the day, they're not bad. It's better to have pouches around the back or the side. Something this big would have to be back or front. Direct on the front is fine. That's at least not going to jostle too much, and if you need quick access to them, while his hands are massively oversized compared to these pouches, he can still access them. I believe his E2 is just the same outfit. Yeah, but you can see it slightly better. The half skirt, very, very lovely addition. The only thing I don't like is these really tight bands around his bicep. Yes, they're perfectly sculpted to his bicep, but these are either impossible to get off or cutting off his blood flow or something along those lines. Looks like era. I unfortunately don't get that reference. I don't know what era is. I do like that there's a side pouch, however. This is good use of the belt, and he's wearing a tight but reinforced top, while also keeping his pants up properly. Lovely pants, but ultimately no real change from the E0. Then it comes to his fan service skin. For gym wear, this is alright. These pants, the material's a bit weird to go to the gym. You wouldn't usually have a sleeveless singlet hoodie. But look, end of the day, this outfit is not really about the outfit, as you can even tell by the art. It is about the 8-pack. The little pouches look like explosive reactive armor. Yeah, they do look a bit like ablative armor. They wouldn't be, for obvious reasons. And yeah, you can even see they open, but actually, yeah, I can see that. They do look a little bit similar. But yeah. That being said, I'd honestly say Broker's... Yeah, I'd give him an awesome. It would be a low awesome, but he's a bit above basic. Like, this is at least... There's thought put into this, and it looks nice. Awesome tier gonna fill up real quick. Oh, I forgot I named him Broccoli. That's a long water bottle? You are absolutely right. That is a crazy long water bottle. That's almost the length of his forearm. That looks like those air canisters they'd use on a jetpack more than anything. If you know what I mean. That is crazy long. But I do have a similar length water bottle, but it's a different shape. Usually with the rounded ones, you're right, they'd absolutely cut off about here and start adding a bit more thickness. Alrighty, moving on from Broker, who is a handsome, handsome man. Let's get on to Briofita, the newest welfare operator from this current event. And look, he might be borderline worse than Doberman. But in terms of outfit, this guy's stylish as hell. This is the highest he's ever gonna be on a tier list. The bandanas, I personally don't really like the color scheme. The green-orange, while a classic, it's a bit too vibrant. But like, as an outfit, this is really, really nice. He's complementing his hair color, he's framing his face well, again, breaking up that silhouette, which is something you see a lot. On novice artists, they don't do, but it's very, very important. The belt, I don't like how it's strapped in like a weird overall. That being said, nothing too egregious. It looks like it's to keep the belt in place and the jacket in place. Either way, it's sitting very nice because he knows exactly how to wear this outfit. So you can tell that he has a lot of fashion sense. He has chosen this outfit very specifically for how it sits and how he can work it. And again, unlike Broker's gym skin, while that's nice, sometimes hinting is a lot more alluring than telling. This is a very buff man, and he's showing off just enough to be completely appropriate, while also letting you know he is incredibly well built. The shorts, pretty basic, but very, very nice basic. Work excellently with the jackets. He has a lot of weird doodads hooked on his belt, but end of the day, they're all relatively practical. I don't know why he's carrying them around. Usually if you're going to use a lot of rope, you're probably going to want to wear something protective. But hey, Cliffheart didn't either. Very, very lovely socks. Very nice shoes. These are like actual proper shoes, except for this weird little strap on the side here. These are the most normal shoes we've seen all day. Yep, you're absolutely right. Emergency Coca-Cola. Oh, sorry, unbranded soda sports drink. Definitely not Coke for legal reasons. It is very important to have emergency Coca-Cola. He's also got like some kind of hot dog burger or hot burger, and you're absolutely right, he's showing off his thighs. But yeah, the only thing I can say about these shoes is I personally prefer them like an inch higher, but I've seen shoes of basically exactly this design, except for these two weird bits here. Very, very nice shoes. The most normal shoes we've seen this whole time on the tier list. His E2, all he's done is untug his jacket. So he's showing off more of his abs, which he might not be my kind of thing, but look, he is incredibly stylish. He's dressed very, very well. He knows how to put an outfit together, and it looks fantastic. And him having taken off his bandana kind of highlights how much it does. Like, his bandana looks really lovely while he's wearing it, and then he looks a little bit worse in the outfit without the bandana. So that just really does highlight, though, it was a very intentional choice that made it look very lovely. Metal implanted near his waist, that looks like Euripathy. Though you're right, it usually protrudes a bit more, Euripathy crystals. Hard to say. I don't know his lore, but I would presume he's infected because most of the characters are. And yep, absolutely more thighs. I do like that they are gender equal when it comes to characters showing off their thighs. Because as much as I might not appreciate men's thighs, he still looks good. Let's just say that. He's still a very attractive guy. So, not gonna lie, I'm gonna give him an S tier. First male S tier of the day. Not my kind of vibe. I personally don't like the color scheme, but it is a really, really well thought out, well put together outfit. Like, this guy is stylish. Even just the bandana. The fact that he is noticeably... The outfit works noticeably less well with the bandana means that the bandana was a very, very well thought out, very good choice. What to say about Castle? Therm X tier. I cannot rate someone's clothing when they're a naked robot. So, while he might not have drip in the traditional sense, at least Castle has a nice skin. I do really like the skin. It's the small things. But end of the day, obviously, I can't rate this as an outfit because it's not an outfit. You're right, he is absolutely flooded. If he wasn't disqualified by being naked, he would be SSS+. He would need a new tier right at the top. So moving straight on from Castle to Chen. Chen's outfit, very, very nice. The only weird thing is that she's showing off a little bit of her stomach here. Ideally, you'd want that buttoned up. It's just a case of... It's not even that, really. It's this button should sit a little bit further down. That being said, it's a nice level of oversized. The shorts are lovely, even if they suffer a bit from belt overload. At least those belts are holding up patches, or holding up a sheath in the case of this side. Love the double swords. Love that she's got a shoulder strap, though again, you would want that to be cross-shoulder, but it would make the design look a bit weird. So it's fair enough that they've got it like that, just for visual display purposes. I love Chen's boots. Yeah, it's a little too tight around the knees. That would be a bit uncomfortable, but this is protected very, very well. So even though she's showing off her thighs, otherwise... Oh, she's also showing off the back of her legs. Okay, this is just on the front. I like Chen's boots a little bit less. It doesn't even look like they're tied. Okay. So she really wants to protect the front of her legs and doesn't care about the back. Fair enough. But from the front, it looks very nice. I do like at least that they've got knee armor. Bit weird here, near the top of the shoe, but the rest of the shoe is nice, even if it's got a few weird straps. Again, shorts, as I've mentioned, already nice. Belt, pretty standard. The tie... This is a little bit loose of a tie, but in a good way. You don't want it choking you as you're running. And it's a lovely jacket. I do like that her radio is at least visible. I don't like that her radio is connecting around and under her arm. That is just asking for disaster when you go to use the radio and accidentally clamp down on the wire and completely cut off the transmission. That being said, the jacket, though practical, this is, if you're going to have a shoulder pocket, this is where you want the shoulder pocket. I love that it's got a Velcro strap. You'd probably be putting something to identify yourself there. If, for whatever reason, you need to mark ranks so people can easily tell who you are. That being said, Chen doesn't necessarily need to. People will recognize her. And she's also got her Rhodes Island ID there. Overall, pretty nice outfit. I'm personally a big fan. When it comes to her E2, same outfit, just slightly different angle. The jacket, I don't like this weird strap here. I don't like this... Okay, no, never mind. I thought that wasn't connected. That's holding up her sword. Absolutely fair enough. This weird jacket strap wasn't there in the other one that I could see. Likewise, these two weird tassels on the side, they serve no purpose. That being said, it's a very solid color scheme. I do like the undershirt. It's a bit unusual to have a super tight undershirt that shows off your stomach and is completely true sleeveless. Not a big fan of it showing off the stomach as much as I like the stomach. I just think it would look better if it covered it a bit more. Yeah, the jacket, you're right, it could have... it looks like there's a pocket here. It's just hard to see. But it could have a few more pockets because this is... Especially the fact that it already has arm pockets. You definitely want pockets lower on as well because you use those a lot more because it sits a lot nicer on your body. Arm pockets I've used a few times before. It is really weird. It like completely throws off your balance. That being said, not too much to say. Like, it's nice, but there are a few things holding it back. When it gets to her skin, though, this is an excellent piece of formal wear. This is very, very, very well designed for her. I love, again, the half skirt that'll go to mid-waist length and a bit shorter at the front, showing a slit at the side to show off the very, very nice shorts. It looks like she has a concealed carry knife here, or gun here, or something along those lines, which I love. Not a big fan of the weird bone aesthetic on these bracelets, but the rest of the bracelet, really, really nice. Yep, very classic, very classy. The shoes, lovely. The double strap, this would still be a little bit uncomfortable, especially because these are really high heels, but the double strap will help with that. So while, yeah, these would come off a bit easily, you're not doing lots of martial arts in a dress like this anyway. It's not designed to be practical. This is like formal event walking down the red carpet level. I'm not sure what's going on in the back here. I don't like that it's completely different texture, but that could just be the lighting. Outside of that, this is I would say this outfit is probably S tier, but overall Chen is just an A, because while this is really lovely, it wouldn't be S tier level. But at least she's dressing really, really lovely for formal events. So yeah, I'm going to pop Chen in an A. Now, coming up next, Chong Yui. Apologies, I do not know how to pronounce a lot of the Chinese operators' names correctly. That being said, absolute drip king. This guy is flooded. I am personally not a big fan of the pants going this long down your shoes, but it is just short enough that it's not getting on the ground. Again, very nice, very realistic looking shoes, which is a rarity. You see it a lot more in more recent designs, though. And yet, not too much to say. The color scheme, the ornaments, all excellent. This is just a phenomenal outfit. I love the way he's showing off one arm and then very, very covered on the other side. The asymmetry attracts a lot to the eyes. This tassel on this side is a bit weird. I do like that he's color matched with his tail, though. He's added ornaments to his tail to match the outfit. That's dedication. Amazing belt. Like, there's really not too much to say, because this is a phenomenal outfit. Even the way it hangs full length on one side, half length on the other. Phenomenal. Looks amazing. Yeah, he looks like he's wearing designer, but it also looks like it's custom-made designer. Made specifically for this guy. You know what I mean? And then, yep, he's got his jacket a bit looser, showing off the rest of the outfit. And it doesn't look quite as nice without the jacket wearing properly, but still phenomenal outfit. Oh, does he have jiggle physics? I haven't really seen him move, but yeah, they added L2D for all of the limited units. That's very funny, though. Yeah, he tactically shows off one of his biceps in the armpit. And I even love how it's color matched with his skin being non-traditional human color. And the tattoos. Like, this is a really excellent outfit. This isn't necessarily one he picked himself, but this looks like a king's regalia, if you know what I mean. Like, not traditional IRL king, but anime equivalent. You can tell this guy's really important just by looking at him, is the vibe I'm sort of getting. I don't think those are gloves. All of the Sui siblings have weirdly colored forearms. Yeah, his skin, I believe that is his skin color there, although it goes back to pale at just above the arm, which happens on the other Sui siblings as well. Though, okay, he is wearing gloves on his left side to add to the symmetry. Asymmetry, that's the term. But again, that's a very tactical decision, works really wonderfully, adds a few highlights, works excellently with the outfit. So yeah, really not too much to say about Chong Yui. We all know where he's going. He is flooding. Someone call a plumber, there's a leak in here. And now getting to relatively the other side of the list with Conviction. Conviction's, yeah, it's a funny character. Conviction is Conviction. As an outfit, this is just weird. There's really not too much to say, because there's nothing that really works. The sandals are way too tight and strapped really weirdly. These, like, leg warmers that aren't attached to the bottom of the feet would be a pain. The skirt dress doesn't really sit right. Part of that's body shape. But it's also just a weird choice. And then I believe this is Conviction's hair, so can't really comment there. And likewise, this weird chest hole is weird. Is it any different in E2? No, not really. But it looks like that's part of the shirt. Yeah, I still can't tell if that's hair or not. Is one leg thing shorter? It is shorter. It is a strap shorter. It would be coming up to here if they were the same length. Yeah, I can't tell if it's a cape or the hair. It's really, really hard to tell. It looks like it's a cape, but it's difficult to tell. And yeah, say what you will, actually, the shoes are nicer. The shoes in the E2 are better, which is a really low bar to clear. These are not very good shoes. It doesn't work that tight and that short, but it does work when you make them full length. So yeah, and then you get Conviction Skin. Conviction Skin is less cringe, but it's still nothing really special. It looks weird. It does at least, like, this one is much, much better than the other, but this would still be, like, basic at best. Yeah, it's cute, but it's not, like, really groundbreaking. It's more the color scheme that really makes it pop. Matches Conviction's eyes and Conviction's hair. I really do love the bright orangey red here. Matches very well with the greys and the shaded grey as well. Shoes are a little bit weird. Once again, much too large around the ankle. Oh, it is a cape? I absolutely believe you. It's just a bit hard to tell. It could be a cape, or it could be very thin strands of hair that become very thick. Actually, no, you're right. From the way it sits in the middle back, it's definitely a cape. Oops, sorry, 1 second. My dog wants to go out. Oh, you were right. Apologies, I forgot to unmute after letting my dog out. All I was going to say is, what's that on the back in the skin? I have no idea. It's just weird. It's not attached to anything. It's not holding up. Not sure if Conviction's a he or a she. I believe their gender is canonically listed as Conviction, because April Fools. The skin, definitely nicer than the default. The default's weird, though. And you're right, this is a cape, but Conviction also did get a haircut, because these dark blue strands are absolutely hair. You can see them connect. It does look like a kind of gaming console from the way it's got a cartridge loaded in, but it's not attached to anything. It's going to fall off. Who even is Conviction? Conviction is an April Fool's unit you get, who on deployment stuns themselves for 15 seconds. So you might have missed them, but they will eventually rerun. But that being said, Conviction also inexplicably has one of the highest damage multipliers in the entire game. But it's a 50-50 of whether or not Conviction will hit the good damage or stun themselves again. So it's an April Fool's unit that people mostly use for their excellent base skill. But yeah, that being said, it's at least not a D tier, because this is a decent outfit, but it's definitely a bit cringe. Like, not as a design. As a design, it's excellent. As an outfit, these are just weird. It looks a bit nicer in the E2 because it's just the chest hole. The top of the chest is covered here. It's just strange, though. Yeah, Conviction is for when you're out of pulls, but you still have a gambling addiction. So you really just want to include as much RNG as possible. You can make the least auto-friendly runs in the game by giving Conviction a dodge chance. Through something like lmao S1, permanent dodge chance, it's going to break. Okay, moving on past Conviction, Cutter. Now, I'm definitely biased towards Cutter's color scheme. That being said, there are a few problems here. I do love this undershirt, really great undershirt. The collar's a little bit strange for this type of undershirt, but it fits color very well. The hanging straps seem to be to attach the swords, which are attached a bit weird, but it's not the worst. Nice jacket. The sleeves are too heavy. This is going to fall off when worn like this. It's too bulky of a jacket because of how heavy the sleeves are. Not sure what the point of this strap right underneath her knuckles are. Probably something to do with the handle of the sword, but it's hard to tell. I'm not sure why she has a knife strapped to her sword. Absolute power move. That being said, upper thigh protection here, actually pretty solid. That is a lot more useful than you'd expect. That's protecting the vitals from the front. It's only on one side, though, so can't give 2 knee points. Knee protection, this should be bigger. This one is cutting off the bending at the knee. This is making it hard. This one's proper size, though. Shoes, again, a bit too weird, bit too large, but at least it's got a strap, so you can make that nice and tight. It's not going to fall off. Socks, pretty lovely. Not too much to say, because, yeah, there are a few problems, but nothing too major. And then there's also nothing too major that makes it amazing. When you get to the E2, you can see it a little bit better. Okay, it looks like those straps are to connect some pouches around the waist. That's a bit nicer. Subway Surfer shoes. Oh my god, you're right. I haven't thought about that game for years. Those are absolutely the Subway Surfer shoes. Do her swords have bayonets? Not quite. This is attached to her sword, but it's not at the end, so it wouldn't be a bayonet. And it's not quite a bayonet style. That being said, it is a dagger of some kind. And look, at the end of the day, maybe the dagger is for stabbing, because these swords very much can't stab. They're very much slashing weapons. Her E2, I reckon it looks a bit nicer. Her skirt is a bit weird. You wouldn't really want to wear a pencil skirt. Like, it's not as bad as Inez, who is 100% flashing everyone every step she takes. But it's still not ideal. It does limit your mobility a bit. Box cutter for swords? Apologies, I don't quite understand what that one means. If you mean the box shape, yeah, absolutely. I have seen swords this shape before. They're not very common because it doesn't really change the balance or make it any more expensive to add a tiny bit of a curve at the end, and it makes it a lot more effective of a weapon. But end of the day, these are pretty large swords, so they've already got a lot of extra heft to them. I do really like that they've got a serrated backside. It's not really practical in a sword this size, but that means, look, worst case, if she needs to get through a tree, she doesn't have to blunt her weapon to do so. And I do really like that it's reinforced up the top here. That'll make parrying a lot easier. Still a bit strange, though, to have the knife protruding here. Not really sure what the purpose is, because that doesn't even look like it's part of the sheath. It doesn't look like it is a sheath. It looks like, just for whatever reason, she strapped a dagger to her sword, and then a different length dagger to the other sword. So you're getting cut twice. If you can withdraw it, it's useful. But even then, there are better spots to put this. And she doesn't have a skin. So honestly, I'm going to give Cutter a basic. A very, very nice basic, but still a basic. Yeah, maximum cutting. When Cutter swings her sword, you're getting cut twice by both swords. And yeah, looking at the basic, tier Cutter fits in here. She's definitely nicer than the others in basic, but not quite to the same level of awesome as Akafuyu, Amaya, so on. Yeah, that's a good point. She is so cool. Her swords need swords. There's a reason I'm biased towards Cutter's design, and that is definitely part of it because I'm an edgelord. And I do like that this one's a really short sword and the other one's almost the same size as her other sword, which really just makes it completely obsolete. And yet, not a big fan of the trash hair tied up here. I always thought that hairstyle looks like a trash bag, but looks fine on Cutter. It's just, she's the best I've ever seen wearing it. I just generally aren't a fan. And I do really like the little coloured hairbands she's got. It complements it well, but again, it's like nothing too amazing, nothing too special. Now, moving on to Dagda. I'm going to preface this by saying that Dagda is one of my favourite units. I really like Dagda as a unit. That being said, there are a few problems with her outfit. The gauntlets, cool as hell. A little inconvenient, but just past the elbow, that's about the right length for them, for this blade. Not really great for punching, but it looks like she does more slashing motions than anything. The shoes. You do not ever want to wear shoes that end like this and make it look like you have hoofs, unless you're a furry of some kind. I don't know why she can't get matching shoes. I do like the attempt at asymmetry, but these are a dumpster fire. Why do you have a pouch on your shoe? Why do you have weird toes? This is not armored, by the way. If it was, or like, it's semi-armored, but proper armored shoes, they're pointy for a reason. if you get hit here, you're breaking toes on either side. This part of the shoe on her right leg is at least nice. But when you actually look lower, it's a travesty. So like if you're scrolling up here, her shoes are nice. But when you actually take a look at them, man, there are some problems. I do really like that her claws can flip out. I was wondering, I thought this was asymmetrical. No, it looks like they can flip. I'm not sure how she controls that, but it's really cool. The toe, yeah, you're right. The toes are asymmetrical. That is strange. That could just be the art, because it's at least one and then the rest. One and then the rest. But like everything about the shoes is asymmetrical and not in a good way. I'm not sure what the point of these thigh straps are. That one at least is attaching something, but this is just cutting off circulation. Yeah, she's got the toes of an NBA athlete or a dancer who really doesn't want to break them. The belts, these are... Okay, no, okay. Her thigh ends here. This is the crotch area. This bottom belt is still massively restricting your mobility. Both of these are positioned wrong. They need to be up higher here. They're going to fall off or be uncomfortable. Did she deliberately move the thigh pocket to her shoe? That is a good point. It's a bit shorter than the other one, but you're right. She skipped out on a thigh pocket on her right leg and put it on her ankle. I've never seen an ankle pocket before. This is atrocious. The shirt is at least cool. This is a nice shirt. So props where it's due. The shirt is nice, even if the pants and belts are pretty awful. The jacket, it's unusual to see a jacket this short be full-armed, but the jacket does look kind of nice. Again, similar to Myrtle, I'm not sure why she has this weird bondage strap running down the middle of her chest. I do like her earrings. I like the detailing under her eye. I'm not sure if that's an ornament or just part of her face. I like the collar and the necklace. It's just this weird strap I don't... Is left, right, wearing difference a thing like Bee Hunter and Dagda? Do you mean the asymmetry? That's absolutely a thing. That's same as silhouette. Asymmetry is a great way to make a design pop. Because when something's perfectly symmetrical, it actually looks a bit weird to your eye, unless it's like 100% perfectly symmetrical. So if it's even slightly different, you want to lean into the asymmetry rather than the symmetry. Yeah, the pocket on her shoes. It looks like she's wearing an ankle monitor and just really wants to hide it, so she got custom covers. What about her weapons? I think her weapons are awesome. I love that it can flip out. They are obviously impractical. You're not carrying much while using these weapons, but you're at least also not going to cut yourself. They are actually designed with usability in mind, except maybe here, right at the tip. You might cut yourself out on the upper arm there if you're not careful. But the length is excellent. The only real change is that you wouldn't really want this back part to be bladed like it appears to be. You'd want that blunt and reinforced. That gives you something to parry with, and that also means you're not going to cut yourself. But that being said, you can stab from a distance. When you've got this flicked out, you can absolutely carve. So these are almost like short swords. This would be very, very difficult to learn to use, but design-wise, they're really cool. It wouldn't be the most practical weapon-wise, because at the end of the day, you're taking the blow of a sword, effectively, a short sword, on your wrist instead of through your entire arm. You're also losing a lot of momentum. That being said, people in Terra are massively stronger than people in the real world, so hey, they might be able to make it work. Moving on to Dagda's E2. It is the same outfit. Belts look a little bit better. They look like they've shifted a bit higher. But ultimately no real change to any of the flaws. So as much we can see her gloves a bit better. That's nice. The gloves are still very cool. It looks like these are different gloves actually. Yeah, there's a second mini stabbing parts here, and these are only... Oh no, this is two-bladed. Okay, but yeah, right around the wrist there's a mini stabbing part that is could be the same glove. It looks like a different design, but it could just be angle. I do like that she's got fingerless gloves. You can actually use your hands more than I was expecting to. It looks like you can't use them in the E0, but no, you absolutely, like, there is some leeway there. That's also less bad on the wrist than I initially thought, but still pretty bad on the wrist. But that being said, ultimately not much change from an E0. Yeah, symmetry is the word. Like, when you look at Dagda from about here up, looking at her legs, this is really nice asymmetry. It could be a bit better design-wise, But the problem starts when you get down here. The base of the shoes should be symmetrical, or close to symmetrical. And even putting aside that the designs are both a bit weird, the toes are really, really weird. This strap is weird. These two make sense, but why do you have a pouch there? But no, asymmetry is a great way to make a design pop. Even things like this, it's the same way Siege in the Vanguards. She looks a lot nicer when she has a claw mark going one way than when she does both ways, because it adds asymmetry, it draws the eyes. But that being said, not gonna lie, as much as I love Dagda and think parts of her design are really cool, overall it's gonna be a cringe. Mainly for the footwear. It would be a lot more salvageable if she didn't have weird armored toe parts that are separated. So while it hurts to do it, I'm gonna have to put Dagda in the cringe with conviction. But Dagda's personality is not cringe, just her outfit. Her claws are awesome though, absolutely salvaging it. Now, moving on to Doberman. It's hard to judge Doberman fairly because the eyebrows are so weird. I really, really hate Doberman's eyebrows, and I know what they're going for because IRL Dobermans have that too. But that's not part of the new level of cringe so long, Irene. Look, Doberman's outfit isn't that awful. It's definitely on the cringe spectrum, though. You're absolutely right. Say what you will, though. Her shoes, relatively nice. It looks like they're a bit too thick towards the top of her feet. That looks like just drawing, though. Because this one looks properly proportioned. It looks like this drawing was just slightly... The line would need to be slightly further in here. Yeah, she's got the Inu eyebrow. The pants are... yeah, I've seen pants worn like this before, this style of pants, something very similar IRL. It can look really nice, but it's not the best style of pants. It's a really weird style of pants. At least it's not really getting in the way of mobility, but it's not even really tight around the waist, so this could come undone pretty easily. Especially since this hasn't been tied very tightly. That being said, the strap's keeping the pouches. The pouches, credit where it's due, those are properly positioned pouches. Most of the time they'd be hanging about here from where the arc goes. The center of the pouch would be about here and that'd get in the way. These are actually sitting where they should be. Yes, this is a crop top style armored vest, and you can actually tell that because underneath is a skin-tight, translucent substitute for a bra. But it is strapped on, so this is just weird skin-tight armor. And then, look, I do like her jacket. I really do like her jacket. It's a weird style, but that's the only bit I can give credit where it's due, except for these 3 weird flicky things on one side. But the jacket is nice. The undershirt is relatively nice. And yeah, it is at least very comfy, except for the choker. But that doesn't look too tight of a choker, which, again, I've had a few goth friends. They have told me what happens when you get too tight of a choker, and it is not a pleasant experience. Her E2... looks like the pants are actually different. They look longer. Yep, and they've got straps on the side. Honestly, her E2 is just her E0 outfit, but better. And it does look like a completely different outfit, just very similar style. So credit where it's due. This still is kind of cringe. It's still on the cringe level, but it is nicer. This pouch, though, absolutely wrong spot to put that pouch. How are you going to sit down? I can say from personal experience, if you're having a pouch at this angle comparative to your back, it needs to be higher up. I know it would be a bit of a pain to access it with the jacket, but end of the day, you can't sit down wearing this. You're going to have half of your ass being poached by your pouch, and if you have anything in there, it's liable to get damaged. That being said, this is definitely nicer than her E0. Yeah, the jacket is different. It is longer and has completely different flaring right at the end. Nicer flaring. I much prefer this bevel to the flicking parts here. But still, and yeah, also ditched the weird zipper, which was the worst part about the previous jacket. All in all, this is a much nicer jacket, as much as I did like her other jacket. By itself, this would be high cringe, low basic, because it is meaningfully nicer than the E0. But that being said, Doberman's still about the cringe tier so far. Then you get to her skin. This looks really nice in an illustration, but as an outfit, it's weird. The boots look like just rain boots. Then they have this weird baggy thing over the knees that's tied on by a garter strap to a pencil skirt that's got another pencil skirt and then a third pencil skirt. Oh, no, sorry, just 2 pencil skirts and then just a very tight jacket. It looks really amazing, but when you actually look closer and think about what she's wearing, this is a travesty. From the torso up, though, from these belts up, it looks really nice, but the pants are too much of a problem, especially because, again, you don't want to wear a pencil skirt like this. Especially not if you're doing things, especially not if it's formal wear. If you have to wear a pencil skirt, make it longer and make it a little bit looser. Not too much, but like for day-to-day activity, if you're wearing a pencil skirt, you're just going to end up flashing everyone. It's fine on formal events, though. Yeah, the baggy bit will 100% just let rain into them. She is collecting rain inside these rain boots, so it defeats the purpose. That being said, look again. Doberman does have nice tastes when it comes to jackets. Credit where it's due, she does have nice jackets. I do like that her sword is sitting in the correct position. I like that she's still using... Never mind, I don't like that. Why does her pencil skirt have a pocket? That is definitely a strange decision. Looks really nice, but that is a travesty of an outfit. 360-degree turns of confines, yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I will never really unsee the baggy pants and the pencil skirt pocket. So yeah, gotta be honest, while as a design Doberman's skin looks fantastic, it is still a cringe tier. There are just too many problems. Like, there are nice parts as well, but overall not nearly enough to make up for the cringe. Now, moving on to Estelle. Gotta be honest, I do really like this outfit, and most of the problems with the outfit are to do with the physical logistics of it, which is more of an art style thing. She's very, very cute. These pants, you would not be physically capable of taking these pants off because of how ridiculous her thigh gap is. But I'm going to pretend that her thighs are normally proportioned. So that these pants are physically possible to remove. As it stands, they're much too tight. That just looks like an illustration thing, though, rather than the actual outfit itself. The belt is a bit oversized for how low the pants sit, in my opinion. But it's a pretty solid belt. It ties into the pants pretty well. Yep, she's got the double-strapped pants. Look, at the end of the day, it actually works really well on Estelle, especially with this little torn part here, the tactical rip. It does those belts around her thighs do actually look really nice, and they're not too tight. They're not cutting off circulation like they often do. I have no idea what this strap here is for. It's useless. It's going to get in the way. It's going to flick around whenever you're walking. This jacket, going to be honest, the jacket is not a winner. The collar of the jacket, the Seto Kaiba style, doesn't really work when the jacket barely goes past your bust and can't physically close. Like, it is physically impossible for Estelle to close this jacket. It doesn't look awful, but it's just the combination of the weird collar, the baggy shoulders. Those can look nice if you're using a sort of Virgil from Devil May Cry style jacket, but when you're exposing your entire torso, it looks weird. Yeah, exactly. The jacket doesn't work. It's physically impossible to close. It'd be a nightmare to get on and off. It's more like a tabard that just happens to have sleeves than a proper jacket. Yeah. The Seto Kaiba style neck collar. Kaiba ass top jacket. The gloves are nice. Bit too flared. You'd want them a bit tighter around the wrist again, like only for another inch or two before they start flaring. These will come off a bit easily. But again, not the end of the world. Say what you will about the shirt. The weirdest part about it is just that this triangle here, that a triangle isn't a comfortable shape to have sitting underneath your torso like that. Because when you lean forward, it'll slightly dig in. Like, it's not awful. It's mainly the jacket that takes away. Like, pants down, awesome outfit. Pants up, cringe, don't leave the house wearing this. Yeah, it's a sports bra, but the triangle does detract from it because that's not going to be comfortable. Does it look a bit better in her E2? Her E2, she is wearing an entirely different jacket. She's wearing a dress. Not gonna lie, as much as the dress is an improvement on the jacket, the pants are such a massive downgrade, because these were really, really nice pants. Like, it's not super fancy jeans, but this is a really nice styled jeans. It matches with the shoes, the tactical rip, the belts. Yeah, I do think overall the E2 looks much better. Part of that's just the design style and color scheme, though. But when you actually think about it with an outfit, like, This skirt is way too long for her. It's going to get in the way. The shoes are kind of nice, but these straps look really tight. They're visibly digging into her skin a bit. So these aren't like flimsy. These are very, very rigid. The dress is weirdly short while also being really long. It's going to get tangled. Bits like this, having weird cutouts, having them, like, it's fine when it's here. This massive one is going to get it tangled. Different hair color at E2? Yeah, absolutely. It's much more vibrant, much more green. So it looks like, her skin color is also completely different. It looks like they might have actually got E0 Estelle a few months before E2 Estelle, and the artist slightly developed their art style. Yeah, you're absolutely right. The dress would be much better if it were short. Like, if it were just a short dress, this would be perfectly functional, even though the collars are still a bit weird. But this weird sweeping, like, this is longer than her legs easily. It's going to get in the way, and given you're wearing a really short dress anyway, it's also unbalanced because it's only coming off one side. Yeah, both splash arts. She's cute and innocent, but it does rock. Like, look, say what you will, she looks really nice design-wise. I'm just thinking about, like, actually wearing either of these outfits. If you fixed the jacket on the E0, it would be fine. It'd be absolutely fine, but that jacket is just... ugh. Yeah, the shoes aren't even drawn. You're absolutely right. The shoes are very low detailed. A bit nicer here, but on the side... Again, that is, like... There's skin dentation there. Those are very rigid. I'm not sure what that material is, but it's strong enough that when she's bending, her skin is giving way before it is. So that is going to be really, really painful. Not the worst shoes we've seen, though. Does Estelle have a skin? No. So look, as much as Estelle is really cute and looks amazing in both of these outfits, I've got to give her a don't leave the house because those collars are just so awful. The E0, the pants are really, really nice, but just the jacket is so awful. And in the E2, if the dress was short, it'd be fine. But because it's so long while also being so short, it's just... People would have a lot of questions, and this isn't a convenient outfit. Yeah, you're right, the shoes almost do look like socks, if they didn't cut off weirdly at the back here. The dress... Yeah, the dress should lose the Kaiba aesthetic, you're absolutely right. It's also got the Kaiba style collar. Maybe they just really were watching Yu-Gi-Oh! While drawing Estelle. Now, moving on to the Kaiba aesthetic done right. My man Executor. That doesn't necessarily make sense. It was a failed transition. My apologies. This guy, you've definitely noticed, aside from some weird operators, most of the newer characters, the design is a lot more complex in a very good way. You can tell that the game's budget has increased over time as they have been very, very successful, and Executor is a great example of that. Yep, these are really lovely boots. The only weird thing is this latch right at the front at the top. Outside of that, these are very incredibly practical combat boots, tight enough to not slip off while still being loose enough that you can tie your pants into them, give that really lovely hang. Yeah, I also want those boots. Was the robot ever explained? Do you mean Castle? Castle is in the Therm X tier because I can't rank drip when you're naked. So as much as he gets a nice coat of paint in his skin, I can't really give him too much credit for that because by default, it is physically impossible for Castle. Oh, Executor's robot. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on there. I think that's just background. I'm going to be honest, I didn't read the latest event. I was very busy at work, so I just didn't have time. So while I was able to play through it, I didn't have the 10 hours to sit down and read through. But I'm planning to go back once it's made permanent and give it a read, or when it reruns. The headset is a little bit weird, connecting to his ear. I'm not sure what the purpose of that is. But the scarf is lovely. The tabard, while a bit unusual, is still lovely. The jacket is really, really nice. You can tell it's got a little bit of inspiration from the Pope-style jackets, but it's also made much more fashionable, balances the color scheme really well. It's also keeping his hands free to grab his shotguns, which is great. This belt serves a purpose. I love that they've got the shotgun shells there. This is an example of belt worn properly. Secondary belt also worn properly. This is how you'd set a belt across the hips. The color scheme, yep, absolutely fantastic. Plays excellently with his eye color and hair color, which is, that's a lot of fashion. If you can balance it with how you naturally look, it'll look really lovely. I love this ornament here, hanging from his scarf. I'm not sure what the purpose of it is. It looks very complex. It'd be a bit in the way, but design-wise, it looks fantastic, and it really does make the outfit pop. Oh, it's Executor's pet? I'll look forward to discovering what the hell it is when I read the event, when I get the chance. As much as I do love half skirts like this, especially asymmetric half skirts like this, the zippers are a bit weird. Outside of that, it's really, really lovely. And yet, of course, the fact that his shotguns are styled to match his outfit, or the other way around, his outfit is styled to match his shotguns, great attention to detail. The suit jacket, while it's a bit weird around the middle here with all of these overlays and the zippers, it's a fantastic jacket. The ornament exudes authority. Yes, it does. You can tell this guy's important because he's got a giant badge on his chest. What's the thing behind him? Behind the jacket, it's some kind of wing. It's not really attached, so there's probably a lore reason I'm not aware of. I'm not too much aware of Executor's lore because I didn't want to spoil myself, and this is one of the few events I just haven't read. But that's not part of his outfit. That's not really something you can attribute to his dress sense. That's just kind of something that's there. Or if you're referring to this, yeah, it's part of the jacket. Which again, this is dangly, not nearly as bad as someone like Gladiator. This will get in the way a bit, but it does look really nice. And it can come off. When it gets to his E2, yeah, you can see the over jacket is really going to get in the way in this one. It's not practical, it's going to get wrecked. It's also, it is a shame this is a bit of a choking risk. You'd want to take this off before going into combat, especially because, as shown here, very prone to damage. Yes, he is the Terminator. Especially because, from what I remember of his personality, he has the charisma of a brick wall, and it's very, very funny. People will flirt with him, and then he talks back to them, and they lose interest. But yeah, you can see the underlayers better here. Still not a fan of the zippers. Outside of that, absolutely phenomenal outfit. This tabard, again, it is slight choking risk. This could wrap around your neck. It'll get in the way a bit. It looks fantastic when you're not going into combat. When you go into combat, you need to take it off. And yeah, Sancta do have wings, from what I remember, you're right. That being said, this is easy S tier. Yeah, there are a few problems, but it looks phenomenal. Like, if I had an outfit like that, I'd absolutely wear it. Most of us would. Probably relatively low S tier because there are a few major problems with it, but at the end of the day, like, you can tell he's important and he's really, really nicely dressed. So hey, it works. Robots don't need to breathe is fine, yeah. That's a funny point, actually. It doesn't matter if he ends up getting choked. He would just completely ignore it. It was actually funny reading through his lines. At one stage he talks about, oh, I've noticed myself acting before I can think. What's wrong with me? Do I need to debug? And it's just, mate, those are called instincts. Everyone has them. It means you're getting very good at your job. And yeah, he doesn't have a skin yet. But moving on to yet another top-tier drip king of a man. I'm personally not a big fan of his jacket, but like, while this isn't super, super amazing, this is a solid A. Like, these are very tight, very nice pants. The straps all make sense, which is a rarity. The bandages are a bit weird, especially since these look like mechanical metal bandages. But the straps, you'd ideally want a third one, but you can get by with two. It's just sitting a bit slightly lower than you'd want it. The silhouette is lovely. I love the way they've got them posed. The shoes are a little bit weird, but you can tell through this shoe that it is tightenable, so it's fine for the top to be like that because you can actually strap it, make it tight. It's just a bit like weirdly flat. You'd want these shoes to go slightly further down. He must have very, very tiny feet. Gao is best because she can afford everyone's outfits and more. Look, not even gonna lie, when I was looking at Swire's outfits ahead of time, Swire's definitely going to be relatively high ranked. She dresses amazingly. But yeah, Flametail also dresses amazingly. This default outfit, solid A, very practical, while still having a bit of style. And also showing off a bit of his body. This is a true sleeveless, very tight upper shirt. Yep, his design and double sword do scream anime protagonist. He is an edgelord, and I love him for it. The only part I don't love is the orange color scheme. Looks much nicer in the E2, though. But yet, no real change. What an edgelord. He's holding his sword the wrong way. Or he's holding it right. He's just got his hand the wrong way. I very much like that. But yet, nothing at all different. The jacket looks like it's in tatters because of all of the explosions, but you can't blame him for that. Jackets, they're not very Flame retardant. Oversized kukri? Yeah, but at the end of the day, characters like Hoshiguma catches 5 tons of cement with 1 arm on her shield. The characters in Arknights are strong enough to get away with it. Are those circuit lines on his wrist? I think they're still a ripathy. This is a barcode, not sure what that's about. Oh, I do like the nail polish, actually. But the rest of that, the circuit lines, I believe, are part of the Eurypathy. And yeah, standard jacket, but tailored to be orange to match his color scheme, fair enough. When it gets to his outfit, though, this is fantastic drip. This outfit is S tier. The other, probably A tier. But this is phenomenal casual streetwear. Like, if any of us had something that looked this nice and the body to pull it off, we would absolutely rock it. Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right. He's got those Kukulane vibes with the sword. No wonder his skill is all about him dying. But yeah, like, the dog tag around his neck, the Titan necklace, the sunglasses hanging from his chest. You can't give too much credit because most of this is just really nice outfit to show off his body. But end of the day, he's made the outfit around how he looks like. It even matches with his hair color scheme. So this outfit, absolute S tier. I think overall, though, I'm going to give him an A. Oh! He does have another skin. This just hasn't come out on EN yet. Not gonna lie, whatever this red material is, this semi-translucent red, this looks weird. This outfit is not as nice as the other two. Yeah, it shows off his really lovely abs and his really lovely biceps, but the actual outfit, like even his neck is too thick in this image. His neck is borderline the same thickness as his head. And the outfit... Oh, what are those shoes? Okay, this outfit is this outfit is cringe. So that might drag him down to an average of A. Because awesome and super stylish. But okay, yeah, this is... There's not too much to say about this outfit because basically everything about it is wrong except maybe this gas mask, but even then that's really, really weird. Yeah, you're right, his hair doesn't look nearly as nice as that. His hair looks much nicer when it's got the flowing bangs across his face. But yeah, while the abs are nice, I actually think his abs look nicer in this skin. Because again, sometimes hiding really shows it off. Crop hoodie. Yeah, crop top hoodie, but it also has like this weird bandage aesthetic. Like, it's too flowy. The lines need to be sharper. This looks like it's literally vacuum sealed onto the contour of his skin, but that doesn't make sense. So, yeah, this outfit unfortunately does drag him down to an A. Because it's just, that outfit is really, really bad. The rest of his outfits are lovely, though. And you can't even say it's just a stylistic thing, because it's the way it flows. Like, even just the red tabard that's semi-translucent with the zipper exposed there. Yeah, he is still hot, but that's because he's hot. It's not because the outfit. The outfit is doing everything it can to ruin that. The pants are nice, though, so you will. Alrighty, moving on from Flamebringer. Flint. Now, not gonna lie, I have fond memories of Flint. I like Flint, and looking at her again, I really like Flint. This is a really lovely outfit. Not sure... Oh, yeah, boxing glove. Okay, I thought that was a shoe for a second. I do like that she's using boxing gloves. Those are too short. They need to be a bit longer. Or they're custom made or something like that. Shoes are nice, even if this illustration, this line is a bit weird. This needs to be a bit further in. This doesn't really make sense. But the shoes are very nice, very practical. They seem to be slightly asymmetric. This has something around there you can tie it with. This doesn't. I do love the slightly ripped tights. That's always a really nice look. The shorts, phenomenal. Very similar to Siege's shorts, look amazing. The belts, really great. Again, this is a case of, this is high enough, this won't get in your way, and this is how you would have 2 belts. I'm not sure what the hell these straps are doing, though. Not a big fan of those. They look like they're part of the jacket, but they're sitting super weirdly. This is a good example of a crop top. Take notes, Flamebringer. You don't want a crop top to be literally vacuum sealed to you. The jacket, I actually really, really like this jacket. It's not the sort of thing you'd see traditionally. It's very similar to the sort of jackets you'd see a lot of champion boxers wear that they take off when they're entering the ring and pop them back on, which again ties in great to her being a boxer. I will say her hand wraps are tied awfully. Whoever taught her to tie hand wraps did an awful job. Either that or she's loosened them because she's done boxing for the day. The crop, yeah, you're right. It does look like it has 2 layers, but that could very well just be a flaring thing at this line here. which it seems like she's attached ornaments to there, so it looks like they might have just made it thicker right at the bottom there. It is a strange choice, and it looks a bit weird, but if it weren't currently flapping, you wouldn't really notice, and it'd be fine. And the design on the top of it looks great. This is, again, an example of you can expose your chest without it being like the absolute focal point of the design. And I do love these weird ornaments, even though I'm not a big fan of this neck thing Flint has going on. I have no idea what that is, but that can't be comfortable. E2, yep, absolute same outfit, just slightly different angle. The shorts look slightly worse in this angle, but that's just in the art, not in the term of the shorts design. Still fantastic outfit. I really do like this. Not too much to say. It's just really, really nice default. Again, these straps are probably the only thing taking it down. The shoes, very practical. Okay, they are now symmetrical. Oh, no. So last time the right shoe had a strap around the top and the left shoe didn't. And this time the left shoe does and the right shoe doesn't. But either way, I love Flint's aesthetic. The color scheme matches really well with her skin, eyes, and hair. It's overall excellent. And then, while this is less of a tomboyish look than her default, this is also a really lovely skin. The jacket's a little bit weird in how it hangs on this right side, but outside of that, like it's just really, really lovely. I love the tights. I love the shoes. The shoes are, again, a little bit scuffed. It's hard to draw shoes. I can relate. They still do a much better job than I do. I'm not sure why she seems to have some kind of plant inside her pocket here growing out the back. But that could just be a weird design choice. It's just hard to tell because it goes over these straps. And these little straps, again, a little bit weird, but that's pretty common in anime design because they make the design pop a lot more visually, even if they don't necessarily make sense as an outfit. That being said, Flint, I would probably give solid S tier, maybe A. Either low S or high A. Does Flint have another skin? No. Yeah, given how rare the tomboy aesthetic is to be done really, really well. Oh, actually, no. If it weren't for this weird multi-layered shirt, I reckon it'd be S tier, but this does take away from the design. So I reckon Flint's going to be very, very high A. Alrighty, now moving on, yet another one of my favorite characters in the game. It is Franka. That being said, there's not actually too much to Franka's design, so it'll be a relatively quick one. These shoes are a travesty. Whoever designed those shoes, like, she should get her money back. This is not going to be comfortable, and your foot is absolutely going to come out. And if you move quickly, you're going to hurt the top of your foot here. They don't look awful, but like in terms of actual practical use, they are just barely functional. The thigh highs, I love the asymmetry here. One being a thigh high stocking, one being a normal stocking. Skirt, you'd want it to flare a bit more around the waist. You'd want it a little bit tighter or a little bit lower down. This looks like she's just wearing the skirt too high. So she's wearing it above her hips rather than around her waist. Her waist would be around here from the looks of the image. The straps, very functional. This is a great way. The cross shoulder, it's not ideal, but it does add a lot of support. It does make it look a little bit weirder though. But great way to attach this heavy gear to her back. Love the undershirt, but nothing too special, pretty plain. Love the gloves. Gloves are absolutely fantastic. And again, Franka, I love Franka, but this is just a pretty solid basic. Her E2, little bit nicer because it looks like her skirt is being worn properly, or it's a different skirt. Because it's starting to flare more from her hips rather than her waist. That being said, it still looked like she's wearing it a little bit high. The lower body part is longer than the top body part. Yeah. Part of that is where her skirt's sitting. So you can actually see by the slight indent of the skirt here that her waist is about here, so it's about normal. It's just for whatever reason she's wearing her skirt basically right under her boobs, sort of like overalls, which makes it look really, really weird. So basically right under this sword is where her hips end. Right on the shadow of the sword. It sits really weird. It makes it look weird. And again, it looks nicer in motion. I do miss the asymmetry, but plain stockings are also great. I don't know why she's got a flashlight strapped to her thigh. And a pistol with no holster that is flying out and about to discharge, because it's probably loaded and live. But that being said, still like nothing too special, just very nice. Still in the basic tier. Then you get to her outfit. I am very, very keen for this outfit because it's more Franka content. but unfortunately, again, kind of basic. There's some good points, some bad points. These tights look to be see-through, and it's hard to tell where the shorts begin because it's a very similar color. So at a glance, it almost looks like she's basically naked. Yeah, just wait. Overall skirts will be the rage in another 5 years. I would say I agree with you, but given how much access to people without clothing there is on the internet, people are a lot more used to seeing the contour around the hip here. So when you see something like this, you're like, wow, why are her legs so long? Because the hip contours around here and then comes back out. It's hard to describe. But yeah, you could be right. You could absolutely be right. I just personally don't think this will come back into fashion. And yeah, I'm obviously going to get this skin when it comes out because Franca, but the undershirt is kind of nice. The jacket's kind of nice. Franca's just a solid basic, unfortunately. I love the Liscon plushie, though. Oh, yeah, you as well. Yep, everyone loves the Liscon plushie. Franca has very good taste. Shoes are a bit weird, but like nothing too egregious, but also nothing too noteworthy, unfortunately. Which is kind of a good summary of Franca's kit, as much as I like her. Ignoring 100% of defense, but only some of the time. They did her dirty by not making the module 100%. But still, it's still much better for the module than without. Now onto Frostleaf. Frostleaf is another character who this is likely the highest she's ever going to be on a tier list because she is the worst 4-star in the game. She is directly outdamaged by Midnight and cannot apply Frost. Yeah, you really think they would let her. That being said, though, I do love this weird hoodie built-in headphones she's got. I love her jacket. The undershirt sits a bit weird. This is going to, like, fall off a bit. It looks like it's tied by some kind of ornament around her shoulders. I love the neck warmer. Presumably it's attached there. It's hard to tell in this image. The spiky knees, these are a bit too tight. You can see in the other one, where if your leg's straight, it's not bad. It's just, this is a bit too tight. You want this to be a little looser or hanging slightly different. Because as you can see, this gets very, very tight to the skin when she bends her knee. That being said, it is important to protect your bendy parts, as I've said before. However, with knee pads, you also want them to be able to cushion you on the ground. You wouldn't be able to kneel in these. It's going to dig into the ground and you're going to get stuck. Is the hoodie going through her hair or hat? It looks like there's a hole for the ears, and otherwise no. It looks like it wraps around back here. So it would curve around here, and then there's just an earphone attached and a weird clip there. She's about CC, not damage. She can't apply cold yet, but Pravnik's got it. Yeah, I'm really hoping she gets to apply cold because, look, Kjera and Aurora need all the help they can get. And while Ebenholz is amazing, I still like the other units who apply cold. But yeah, no, bind is really useful. But that being said, it's just a case of her E2 actually makes her damage worse, but her S2 masteries are percentage-wise the strongest masteries in the entire game. So as an actual unit, Frostleaf is weird. Yeah, that note aside, unbiased S tier, I'm definitely leaning that way with this outfit. This is phenomenal. The only real downside is these straps being too long, but I'll have to see it in the E2 to be sure. Yeah, if anything, it looks nicer in the E2. There is this weird thing hanging off her belt. This is a different jacket from the looks of things. Yep, black instead of red. But, like, this is... She looks even better in her E2. This is really, really stylish. And, again, those knee pads, you cannot kneel. Those boots are practical, which is very, very nice. Oh, yeah, no, her hat isn't a beanie with ears. It's a weird sub-beanie with ear holes. But, like, part of the reason you didn't notice until you look really closely is because it's so fashionalistically, if that's a word, part of her outfit. Like, it works so well with her ears, with the color scheme of her hair. Like, even just the way her eyes are a very slightly different shade of red from the jacket works really well. And I'm a massive sucker for the monochrome black to grey with one highlight color, this time being red. I reckon she looks much nicer in the E2 though, but you do need a little more red highlights. Wait, Overlord's Vampire Floor. She is not Shalt here. Oh, Darthden, I have her E2 level 80 M6, and let me tell you, as someone who's done that, it is not worth doing. I did it despite her being good. But yeah, her E2 is quite nice. And yeah, she doesn't quite have the Shaltier vibes. But no, like, her design is excellent. And then you get to her skin as well. This is a really, like, there are questionable things, like the fact that it's a weird semi-pencil skirt rather than shorts. But it's a really, really nice outfit. Those boots are practical. You'd want the pants to be slightly longer so they fit in with the boots. They do on the other side. It looks a bit weird when you're seeing the stocking underneath like this. That being said, the belt is practical. Again, these are on the actual side. This is where you want things sitting. A lot of characters mess it up. I love this chain, though. Great highlight. Meshes really well with the purple. Contrasts it really well. No regrets. Love the permanent extra range. Yes, same. Though Chibai kind of yoinked that by having the same range on her S3. The jacket tassel is a bit weird on both sides. But outside of that, like, that's the only weird part about this outfit. So honestly, yeah. Frostleaf, easy S tier. All of her outfits are fantastic. Highest she will ever be on a tier list. Because even if you're ranking her compared to 3 stars, she wouldn't be an S tier. Midnight directly out DPSs her, unfortunately. I've tried to use her so often, and I just haven't been successful. Gaviel. Now, as... Yep, Yesent, I am definitely agreeing with you. Gaviel starting off strong. This outfit is an S tier. I love the lore reason of this outfit being it was a proper combat outfit. She couldn't be bothered putting it all on and just went good enough and left as she was. Grabbed her axe and was like, these clothes are functional enough. Exposed clothes do work great for her winter wear, and they show off the little crocodile she's made of her Erypathy. Probably Tamimi drew that. Very, very cute. I love the gas mask combined with skimpiness aesthetic. Like, the tactical but skimpy. It's a really weird combo you don't see often. Like, these are really nice boots, even if they end in sandals. This works really, really well. It gives off exactly the kind... Like, this outfit lets you know exactly kind of what kind of person Gaviel is. Well, yeah, it'll be a little bit impractical, a little bit uncomfortable. She canonically got halfway through putting on her clothes and just went, you know what, screw it, and left. So, hey, it works. And considering that, it looks phenomenal. Yeah, it does have Mad Max vibes, but it's very, very neat for Mad Max. And yeah, the gator tattoo is really, really cute. It looks like these have been damaged, but it's Gaviel. It will have been intact when it got to her. It's very much her fault that they're damaged. Do love the hairstyle, love the goggles. Again, these goggles look like she could put them on, even if they're slightly larger than you want them to be. I love that she's strapped knives to her tail. Properly holstered, properly sheathed. Just in case this giant chainsaw isn't enough and this giant chainsaw axe isn't enough. She's also got a few knives. Love the torn mid-length opera glove style glove that's also fingerless. Oh yeah, the lore is I'm a medic, but like Gaviel is one of the heads of the medical department, and she has a really great effective way of treating patients of she threatens to beat them up if their issue isn't serious. And as a result, people without serious issues don't go to her, and then she treats everyone else very seriously. But yeah, this outfit tells you exactly what kind of person Gaviel is, and she looks amazing in it. Which is crazy, because this is, again, half an outfit. She just decided this was good enough, and you know what? She was right. I don't even want to see her with the rest of the outfit. She rocks it. What's the keychain on her axe? That is a little Eunectes, which is one of her other friends. One of the other people from Sargon, who she is the chief of. And I love the skirt as well. The half-length skirt that's also short around the front. Yeah. Gaviel, you're absolutely right. Gaviel is percussive force, but medic rather than engineer. She will beat you up until you're better, until you leave. And then, yep, no real change in her E2, except she's holding her giant axe with her tail so that she can hit you with a staff and hit you with a chainsaw and hit you with the axe. No change to the actual outfit, though. It seems like the knives are in different spots, but end of the day, like, the key parts of the outfit are the same. The skirt's gone. This looks like colouring rather than a cloak. Oh, it could be a cloak. If so, not the best cloak. Definitely too flowy, but it's hard to tell. The shorts with pouches, not a skirt. You could be right. It's hard to tell. Yeah, actually, you are right. These are shorts with pouches that just make it look like a skirt. Good call. And yes, some of the straps are a bit weird, but like for the most part, it's all tying things in. I love that she's got a knife on her belt here. I didn't notice that. Just in case she drops this giant axe and wants to grab a knife, she's got one there. She has so many weapons. Despite the fact that her fists are also terrifying. Knife should have been in the mouth like Rambo. I'm pretty sure if she put a knife in her mouth, she still wouldn't have enough hands to carry all of her weapons at the same time. And then obviously her skin has just released. Yeah, airport slumber. Gavielle owns the metal detector. She walks into an... I mean, look, if you walk into an airport with an axe this big, they're going to call SWAT on you, so it's not going to be the airport's problem for long. Her swimsuit, a lot more basic than her previous outfit. Nothing bad. Like, by no means bad. Still really nice. Just not nearly as much to talk about. I personally think the hat's a little bit weird, but that's just me not liking the style. It's still a really nice hat. Yeah, Gavielle solos the TSA. They hear the Payday 2 soundtrack when Gavielle walks through the door. POV, someone's rocking up to ruin your day. But yeah, no, her swimsuit, not too much to say about. Just relatively plain. I do like the jacket, I like the shorts. I especially like the straps around her legs. And I love that her, her skateboard has a chainsaw attached underneath with a handle to use it. Yeah, Terra has no laws, it's fine. You're absolutely right. So yeah, I don't think... I'm honestly going to put Gavielle in the same tier as Chongyue. Absolute drip queen. The fact that her default outfit is canonically half an outfit and she just doesn't care and she was still right and it looks better like that. She looks phenomenal. Less so in this skin, but this skin is still like an A or S. A at absolute worst. And this is such a strong E0. I love her design here. Not many people could rock this outfit, and that's part of what makes it so special. Like, you see someone wearing this IRL, chances are you're going to think they're weird because they're not going to be nearly as confident with it. But Gavielle absolutely has the right energy for the outfit, so she absolutely pulls it off. Then moving on to Helga. Now, I love Helga's design from a visual perspective, but the jacket is a little bit weird. Like, there's way too many flowing belt parts at the end. There's way too many segments to this. It's multiple different materials. This will have been really expensive to make because of how many different fabrics are out there. It also doesn't really look like it ties up properly or easily. Like, it would connect properly, but then you've still got dangly bits to deal with. Like, it's not an awful jacket, even if he does have the Seto Kaiba flare. He actually pulls off the Seto Kaiba flare here. The color scheme matches well with his hair, though, and his little Liberia parts. Yeah, there's a body underneath this. Yeah, no, what's underneath the jacket looks phenomenal. But this jacket, yeah, exactly, Darth. This jacket is going to get in your way constantly. I love the gas mask, though. We never see him use it, but that is a really stylistic gas mask. I'm very, very weak to gas mask designs. Pants, nothing too special, but very solid pants. Proper knee gear. This is armored while still being able to rest. Frostleaf, take notes. Very lovely pants. I'm not sure where the pants end and the shoes begin, which makes me a little uncomfortable. Because it... Okay, no. It looks like this is part of the shoe, and it goes all the way up to there. Because I was going to say, otherwise, this is actually a one-piece set of pants that include a shoe. Way too many belts. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I have already done Angelina. I haven't done KB yet. Angelina did get pretty high ranking from what I remember, though, because despite the belts, look, she has gravity powers, she can manage the belts. But yeah, she did buy an entire Hot Topic worth of belts. Helga isn't quite that bad, but he still does suffer from belt overload. Like, what are the purpose of any of these straps? Absolutely nothing, they'll get in your way. They're going to make it hard to use a two-handed katana, let me tell you. That being said, like, it's not egregious. It's not, like, actively bad. There are just, like, some minor issues where it's mainly going to limit your mobility a bit, which is a bit unfortunate for a swordsman. The end of the sword isn't blunted, it is sheathed. So this is a sheath. It's hard to tell because his hand is mostly covering it. But I believe it's exposed. Yeah. So this is it without the sheath. It's very clearly a different design. Despite the belts. Yeah, look, you're right. Angelina's belts did look amazing. His coat actually looks a lot better here. It honestly looks like a different coat. Either that or it is attached much more firmly than I anticipated, because that is flowing very nicely. It's still going to get in the way. There's still too many flowing parts, and it is still going to impact your ability to swing the sword. That being said, he looks much nicer in his E2. It looks much more practical. And then there gets to his skin, and there's a reason I didn't say much about his default outfit, because his skin is his default outfit, but better. This is the same kind of vibes, but looks much nicer. This is a really lovely coat, even if it doesn't necessarily make sense the way it's flowing over the arm guards. It looks like this coat is not designed to do up, and it's very much designed to hang over his shoulders like that. But either way, it looks amazing. It just looks like The arm goes through there, so I don't think this part can come over here. The undershirt, phenomenal. Excellently fitted. This is semi-military dress style. Absolutely love it. Love the coat. Not too many dangling parts. It's only about the same length as his hair. Meaning, end of the day, he is... or is that his tail? Yeah, that's his tail. It's not going to get too much in the way, aside from this weird belt strap here. Shoes, lovely. Again, like nothing too fancy. Nothing too detailed, but works really well. Doesn't draw too much attention. This outfit, easy A. And I love the gas mask. I do love the pouches and the belts. The belts, again, make sense. So far, the guards have been really, really good with belts. You're surprised he isn't drawn by LM7? Yeah, just because of all the belts. But no, he's drawn by the artist who did Mainz and Azurlane. Leduc, that's the one. Yeah, Gramps absolutely got class. This is him at his prime when he was even more handsome. This is him slightly less handsome, slightly older, but still incredibly handsome. So yeah, this outfit would be borderline S tier, but only really borderline. So I reckon overall, he's an A. A very strong A. Like, he got the drip. You can't say this guy isn't stylish, but there are a few issues with his outfit, unfortunately. Oh, the drip of the soldiers in the back? Yeah, absolutely. Especially this guy, whoever he is, he's wearing the same kind of outfit as Helgur, just a darker grey rather than white. And then there's all of the shield guards. And yeah, I love his weapons, but nothing too major of note. I love his medals. I love the chains. Does he have another skin? No. Sweet. Moving on to Highmore. Not too much to say about Highmore. Skirt's a little bit impractical. I do love the color scheme, though. I love the ornaments. But this is just kind of weird. Like, the top here is very, very weird, very frilly. It's sticking up, so it must be made of some kind of strong reinforced fabric. La Pluma is not up yet. We're only on H. Okay, I need to start moving faster. It's alphabetical and we're only on H. Okay. Highmore, very, very nice, but nothing too much to say. So really just a basic. Like, yeah, not quite enough to be awesome. I love the thigh highs. They're a bit tight, but look, looks nice. Yeah, 12-hour stream. Look, there's a reason I chose it for Saturday. Because I have a hard cutoff of 7 p.m, so another 5 hours. Not that I think I'll take that long. Her hand, absolutely very cool. She's got the Sui sibling vibe. Except with this, it seems a tree is coming out of her arm. I'm not sure. It looks like it's part of her arm. I try not to think about it, because that leans into the part of body horror that does make me uncomfortable. Not that there are many parts of those. Yeah, Seaborn cells. That did make sense. But yeah, all in all, like, not too much to say about Highmore. Yeah, the coolest part is definitely her scythe, but you can't really attribute that to her outfit. Oh, she's footless here. Shoeless, rather. That dress should absolutely be shorter. I don't know why they always do this. It's to make it look fish-like, but still. Likewise, these dangly parts absolutely should be shorter. Yes, she is the first boss of IS-3. And then she turns into this once you beat her. She doesn't have a skin yet. Sweet. So yeah, Highmore going to be very solid basic. Like, yeah, she looks nice, but it's a relatively plain outfit. Nothing too much to talk about. By our standards, it would be A tier, like IRL standards, but that is basic for Arknights. Moving on, Hummus. I like the aesthetic, but it's been done better before. You can tell he's a 4-star, you know what I mean? I do like the exposed chest. He's muscly. I love the cape. The green is a really weird color scheme, given the brown and red. Yeah, pecs. Absolutely. Love the dog tags. These are a bit weird pouches, but he has his entire chest exposed. He can't put the pouches over there. Yeah, he has a gigantic scythe. Again, for the sake of brevity, there's not too much to say about his design because there's nothing really notable about it or anything really flawed other than the shoes being spiked, which this is at least a good kind of spike. This will give you extra grip, but it'll be a pain in a lot of terrains. Does it get any better with E2? No. The main attraction to Hummus's design is his hair color and his chest color, but like the rest of the outfit, it's more default Mad Max. Gaviel was really, really nice Mad Max theme. This is just sort of, you'd see this is a background character energy. Like, they look nice, but they're not the star of the show outside of their pecs. Yeah, he skipped shirt day. That is a very funny comment, thank you. Guy went to the gym and skipped shirt day. Yeah, I think you're right. I think his Scythe is a car door. I'd need to reread his lore again to make sure, though. But yeah, he doesn't have a skin yet. So again, I'm just going to move past him. He's pretty basic. Nothing major wrong with it, but also, like, the standout is his chest. So you can't really talk up too much about his outfit, given that that's not where you're looking. Yeah. Blacksmith guy goes to war. But also, like, not a Shiro Emiya level important blacksmith. Like, he's not a side character, he's a recurring side character. He's relatively important, but he's not in the main party, if you know what I mean. If he was in an RPG. Okay, moving on to Indra. I do love Indra, but there are some problems with that outfit. Those jeans really nice, but too short for her. Shoes. Why does she have this weird belted on strap around one? Only one of the shoes. And also bright red solid shoes is a weird color. The jeans, definitely the nicest part of the outfit. Love the chain, again. Knee pad's a little bit weird. This isn't a well-designed knee pad, unless it's part of the jean, in which case it works. Oh yeah, it looks like it is part of the jean. Yeah, another shoe pouch. This is nowhere near as bad as Dagda's. But it's still pretty bad. This one also comes off much easier because it's got a clip there. Looks like weights. Yeah, it could be, but why would you put weights on one leg? Especially your back leg if you're boxing, unless she's left-handed, in which case it's her front leg. Yeah, her skin, that's a different story. But when it comes to this, I'm gonna be honest, as much as, like, Indra, this outfit's a bit cringe. Like, this dress is really weird. It sits around her neck weird. It's got loads and loads of damage. It doesn't cover her stomach properly. Why is she wearing these two weird straps? The dress seems to loop all the way around to her forearms. The gloves are alright. The knuckle dusters are really cool. Even if not too practical. More of a slashing weapon than a crushing weapon. Jacket's a bit weird. Yeah, exact same in her E2. But her skin is S tier. This is drip. So maybe, given the damage, that this is just her working on a low budget. When you get to the skin, this is phenomenal. Amazing shoes, properly fitted. Weird seam at the front, but I do see IRL shoes do that. I just think it's weird then as well. Love the back. Pants, perfectly fitted to her. Perfectly sitting on her as well. Not sure what's going on with these weird straps around the thighs, though. Yeah, this is absolute drip. This skin, if it was just this skin, it'd be questionless S. Unfortunately, her default outfit is nowhere near as good. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. She got paid and she rocks up the next day wearing this. I love the purple undershirt combined with that tie. It works really well with the slightly blue vest and then the normal suit jacket. It works really well with the coloring of her hair. These knuckle dusters, again, not the greatest, but, like, that's fine. Hard to style. The only weird part of this is these two straps on each leg. Yeah, exactly. This is girl boss energy. So yeah, if it was just this outfit, it'd be S tier. But I reckon with this, like, this isn't too awful, so I reckon it's just going to be an A. Like, her default definitely drags it down, but at least the color scheme is nice, and it does look like she just literally couldn't afford new clothes. Because then she dressed so amazingly as soon as she got her first paycheck. Like, yeah, this is phenomenal. This is, like, an ideal suit. You'd get it special. This is visibly tailored to her as well. It fits her build perfectly. Moving on to Irene. Now, Irene, I reckon, has one of the nicest E0s design-wise in the game. In terms of, like, actual outfit, I love the gothic outfit style. Yes, the forehead is very distracting. And yeah, you're right, Wilson. Street gangs don't have the best pay. We can't talk too much shit on Indra. But yeah, Irene, like, the color scheme, the balancing. I love the bullets as well for the handgun. The only thing I can say is that you don't want your handgun pointing at your crotch or your feet. It looks like this could hit her feet or her thighs if it jostled slightly and shot. Even though it is very well secured there, you still don't want it sitting there. Especially because it's actually really awkward to get it out there because you need to raise your hand over here, grab it there, and then untighten it and then pull it out. The bullet belt, yep, absolutely cool. It looks like it could be a little bit tighter or a little bit more secured up here, but that's fine. The dress is really awesome. The only part I don't like is this flowing pink in the background. Looks like the back of some kind of scarf, even though she's not wearing a scarf. Stain on her knee, that's not a stain, that's just part of the art style shading. You can tell they do it here. It looks a bit weird though. But it's just how the artist does shading. Like, the art design style doesn't necessarily show off this outfit super well. But it's still like a phenomenal outfit. They just do a sort of watercolor style, from what I can tell. This bit weird of a holster. Again, you'd probably want something cross shoulder. This one is hanging down a bit, but like this outfit is S tier. This is really, really nice. And I think you get to see it nicer in the E2. Yeah. It looks amazing. And while it's definitely to a degree a uniform because she's part of the Inquisitors, outside of this weird scarf at the back, this is just phenomenal. I love Irene's default outfit. It is really, really, really nice. It matches perfectly with her color scheme. I do like that it's a very dull pink, and outside of that, it's monochrome. Very, very nice touches. Yeah, elegant. And like, it's really hard to get a good combination of combat elegant, but she somehow manages to pull it off. Then you get to her skin. Again, same color scheme. Belt's a bit weird, but this is still a relatively nice made outfit. Like, you wouldn't subtract points for this, but you also wouldn't wear this day to day. Yeah, white, black, and pale pink absolutely works, especially because it's not a full pale pink. It's got a lot of richness to it. It's just dull enough that it's not like super popping. It looks like it's a mild pink and it's dark, so it really matches in with the environment. And I do love the birds. And I do love the chains. I love the just general design, the light tower in the background tying into her event. The art as a whole is really excellent. Yeah, and yeah, that's a good point, actually. You can see in this image that the hand cannon is really placed weirdly. Like, this is pointing... If her foot was standing normally, it would be shooting her in the foot. As it stands, if this flicks and discharges, you're shooting yourself in the groin, which I wouldn't take that risk. Yeah, the E2 design backgrounds are so great to look at. Irene's just one of my favorites. Yeah, she does feel like... I didn't play Persona 5 outside of like an hour or two. She does give vibes of some Persona characters. And she does sound a lot older than she is. I do like her Spanish accent, though. Not as much of a fan of her maid outfit, but it's a nice outfit. It's just not... It's not enough to detract points. I reckon this is still a easy S tier. Like, her default outfit is just so amazing. Like, it's so distinct. Not many people would pull off that color scheme, let alone that outfit style. It just looks fantastic on her. So moving on from Irene to Jackie. Now, Jackie is another case of, yeah, it's really nice and I love the color schemes. There's not too much to say, though. Like, slight asymmetry on the foot. I'm not sure what this band is. Shoes nice. Knee protection, bit weird when your entire leg is exposed, especially because these this fabric does make sense. It'll make the strap sit much nicer, but it looks weird, even though it does make sense from a logistics standpoint. Strap on her thigh, gotta have a holster somewhere, gotta have a strap somewhere to show off those thighs. The skirt is really nice, the shirt is really nice, but like... Yeah, the skirt is probably the nicest part of this design. I didn't know she had a handgun there. That's actually pretty interesting. Yeah, guns are really expensive in Arknights. I'm really shocked. The jacket's nice. This is another case of this is just kind of basic. The only really awesome thing about this is the skirt, but that's not enough by itself to pull the rest of the outfit. Yeah, not enough belts. Yeah, her E2. No real change. She's ditched the jacket. You can see her shorts if, for whatever reason, you're into that. Do like the gloves. Like the studding. Works good for punching. It would hurt your knuckles a bit, though. I did not know she had a gun. I'd never noticed that detail before. Does she have... Yep. Yeah, this is, again, just... This is fine. This is basic. It's very nice, but when compared to a lot of the other Arknights designs, there's not too much to say about it. It's a really nice fitting white shirt. White shirt, definitely the highlight of this outfit, but this is just a really well-dressed skater. The lore behind her gun is she had it specially crafted but never uses it. Thank you for sharing that. That's wonderful to know. E2 Jackie Rugal Genocide Cutter. I don't understand that reference, unfortunately. Oh, she was a Colombian cop. You're right. I'd forgotten about that. But yeah, not too much to say about Jackie. She is just basic. Like, it's a really lovely design, just in terms of the actual outfit. It doesn't pop enough to make up for the fact that it really is just kind of jacket, skirt. Now, moving on. One of my absolute favorite operators in the game, easy top 5, if not top 1, was my profile picture for a while. I absolutely love Lapland. I've drawn like 50... I tried to do a drawing Lapland every day challenge. I eventually gave up though. Or I think it was every week. I did most of a year. I love her coat. I really do. But gotta be honest, analyzing it as an outfit, the shorts work, the jacket work, you'd want an undershirt there. It's weird having such a stylish, heavy style jacket and then also an exposed stomach, and I'm not sure what the point of this tassel is. Waiting for her dad to become playable. I don't blame you. Her dad has absolute drip. Like, you can see where she got her style from. It's her dad. Yeah, I don't think it was every day. I think it was every week. But yeah, Lapland is the reason I started playing Arknights again. I played at launch for about a week, dropped it, and then came back a few months later because I saw Lapland's face. And that was literally all it took. I just looked at Lapland's face for like 10 minutes straight and then downloaded the game again. And I've been playing since. Her sheaths are really weird. It's not really her sheaths. Her sheaths are fine. It just clips onto the belt. It's the swords that are weird. I forget what it's called, the part above the handguard. But I'll just call it the handguard for now. That might actually be the term. I used to know the proper term for swords. The handguards on Lapland's swords that almost look like a measurement tool that I also forget the word of. They're just strange. Alberto Enjoyer, how did you know? Alberto is stylish as hell. He would easily be S tier, if not more. Never really gotten Lapland. Yeah, that's fine. It's mostly the craziness. Lapland appeals to people who aren't fully sane, like me. I also just have a bias to white, grey, and black hair. I love monochrome designs. And she has just enough height. The scar works really, really well. It's obviously not an outfit choice, but design-wise, color-wise, it looks really well. So yeah, as an outfit, this is pretty basic as much as I love Lapland. And yeah, when you see it here as well. As a design, it's phenomenal. As an outfit, it's just basic. A bit damaged, very heavy ripathy. Her shoes are one of the most egregious examples I've ever seen. This is way too big. But that being said, it's at least long enough shoes that they will stay on. It's just like, what the hell is this? The handguard of her sword is really strange. I do love Lapland, though. Again, this is a really nice outfit. This is a good piece of formal wear, but it is also just kind of basic. Like, she's dressed really nicely, but it looks more like... given the context of her dad, it's more like she just knows people who make really nice clothing who would tailor it to her rather than having any particular fashion sense. Yeah, her shows are awesome. Yeah, protractor. Thank you. That's the term I was looking for. The handguard looks like a protractor, and once you see it, you can't unsee it. But yeah, this is a nice jacket, nice undershirt. But again, just got to go basic, because it doesn't even look like something Lapland specifically picked out. It looks more like she just kind of has a family tailor who makes her nice clothes, and then she doesn't really think about it or worry about it past there. So while I really love Lapland, and she's one of the strongest 5 stars, gotta be honest, outfit-wise, she's just kind of basic. Design-wise, really great. Just the highlights of her design are more to do with her personality and details in her face and color scheme rather than her clothing. Oh, yeah. It is intentional design for her handguard to be weird protractors. It's just still strange. Now, moving on, La Pluma. As a unit, La Pluma is S tier, one of the greatest 5 stars in the game. And she has a really nice jacket. Let's start off there. Yeah, she has a really, really nice jacket. I would love this jacket IRL. Even this weird bandana she's got tying up parts of her hair, really nice. Everything else, though. The scythe, oh yeah, the scythe is really, really cool. Gotta mention that. Eine Krähe? Huh. Wonder why her jacket is in German. That's weird. The shoes. Why are her shoes see-through? Even putting aside how weird the attachment is, this is like a plastic bucket that's got her feet in it, and I've seen some art that if you know, you know. Let's just leave it there. The shoes are really, really strange. Not a big fan. This serves no purpose. There is no point having it pouch, that's the word, below your knee. These are at least, like, could serve a purpose, but it's weird. The shorts are kind of nice, but they sit really weirdly. They're too low on her hips. Yeah, the heels are crazy thick. This is, like, larger than her foot thick. This is a massive platform. Broker's sister, not quite, but they do have similar vibes. I know what you mean, but they are not related. Her gloves are all right. This is a weird wrist watch of some kind that's way too high. I don't know the purpose. It looks like her jacket has a strap around it. That could be the radio, but just the way the jacket is sitting, it looks like it's the jacket. But gotta be honest though, outside of the jacket, this is like cringe. This is not a nice piece of clothing. Even just this is really weird lines, exposing lots of skin. It's got a zipper at the side. But the jacket, if it was just the jacket, if we were ranking the jacket, this is S tier. This is way up there. I would love this jacket. I'm not sure what it is under the chest. You're right, it could be vials, because she does... La Pluma does technically drug herself up every time she kills an enemy. It actually has surprisingly dark implications, that instead of dealing with the grief of having committed murder, she just progressively takes drugs more and more until her mind is mellow. And that's sort of why she's a vapid airhead, because she's perpetually a little bit drugged up. But look, I like that. Just look, as a design perspective, not the greatest. It's implied rather than stated. And I could be wrong, that's just an implication I read from it. I'd have to reread to remind myself. Again, E2, you can see more weirdness. The fact that this zipper goes the entirety of her shirt is just strange. The shoes are weird. Again, the jacket is S tier, but she's taking off the jacket. Her hair is amazing, her jacket is amazing, her scythe is amazing. But overall, the outfit is cringe. Yeah, drugged up bartender. The jacket would be really, really heavy to wear. I also have some really heavy jackets, and you don't wear them often. But when it gets cold, you are stylish as hell. And look, if I had a jacket this nice, I would probably also wear it on a hot summer's day from time to time. Just, I'd have to wash it thoroughly. Then it gets to her swimsuit. Yeah, she can solo a lot more than IS-2. La Pluma can actually solo a lot of stages. She's actually... I do really like that she is, in a lot of ways, stronger than Executor. In a lot of circumstances, rather. She does still have niches over Executor. Which is how I felt about the Executor specialists until they dropped Texas. But yeah, no, I really love La Pluma's hairstyle and hair color. But even in this, like... Nothing to say about the bikini top, that's standard. This is a really weird bikini bottom design. I've always found it really weird. And this jacket is also a bit weird. So, like, it doesn't... There's not too much to say, because, again, the point of a bikini is showing off the body. Oh, and by the way, La Pluma's body proportions are insane. She is way too thin, and her torso is way too long, and I've never been able to unsee that, unfortunately. But, that being said, very, very cute from about here up. And that's the most important part. But that being said, unfortunately, fashion-wise, I've got to add La Pluma to the cringe. I am really, really biased to her color scheme, and her jacket is fantastic, but outside of the jacket, like, every article of clothing she wears is just a little bit strange. The cute name tag carries her design. I do agree. Her name tag is adorable, man. But the fact that the highlights of her outfit are her hair, her weapon, and her name tag kind of says all it needs to about the rest of her outfit. And yeah, sorry to break your view on the skin. I could never unsee these proportions either, and I noticed it the first time I saw the skin. Now, moving on to another character I will butcher the pronunciation of. Liu Xiaohe, or something along those lines. Obviously, nothing to comment on about the E0. Cute jacket for a cat, but like, this isn't an outfit, so let's just move on to his E2. Sorry about that, needed to sneeze. This is a very nice outfit, but also a very basic outfit. Baggy pants. This just looks like generic JRPG protagonist with orange color scheme. Like, it's nice, but there's not too much to say. Yeah, El Cato. Estelle is down in the abyss, unfortunately so. So yeah, I'm not going to spend too much time on Liu Xiaohe. Just very basic. Like, very nice basic, well-dressed young lad, or lass. I think lad, though. But really, not too much to say. And yeah, look, say what you will, Estelle does have really nice pants in her E0. It's just outside of that, it's a bit unfortunate, the rest of her design. Yeah, thank you. Okay, good to know he's a lad. I thought that was the case, but sometimes it's hard to tell. Moving on, Matoi Maru. Now, gotta be honest, there are a few issues with Matoi Maru's outfit, but overall, it's a really nice outfit. No, he doesn't have a skin yet, or if he did, I missed it. Apologies if that's the case. I might have just missed it. B for basic? Yeah. Yeah, I pulled a Devil May Cry and made all of the rankings also words. And look, B being the average is because in Arknights, the average is pretty fashionable. Matoi Maru's legs, you're right, they do look a bit funny. It's the thighs curve up a bit too much. You can tell by the curvature here. So realistically, like with Estelle, she has too much of a thigh gap to be natural. But that's just like, it's hidden pretty well, you can't really tell. And there's also this weird part here on her thighs. This should realistically flow from about here all the way up there. But that's just a very slight... These are very old characters. And it would be a very easy fix. It was just something that will have got slightly missed or was an artistic thing. But yeah, Matoi Maru's outfit as a whole, I love the skirt. This massive flowing skirt, little flap here at the front, but otherwise exposed. I always love half skirts. I'm very weak to half skirts. Pretty practical. The flowing lines are contained to the skirt themselves. The belt parts aren't too long. You can't tie it closed properly very easily, but like, it's not too inconvenient. The arms do... Yeah, the arms, a bit of a problem. They do look like they're going to fall off. It looks like they're attached to the torso, but it's still weird, especially this single shoulder pauldron that doesn't actually cover her shoulder. But like, there are problems with this outfit, like same as this weird metal part underneath her boobs, and this weird part that looks like it's part of the part that covers her boobs that is vacuum sealed up here and not down here. But most of it is really nice. These are really nice thigh highs. These are really lovely shoes. These are proper armored shoes, armored all the way, rather than ending in runners for no reason. Props where it's due. The torso parts are a little bit weird, though. Doberman's skin isn't bad, but when you look closely, there are, like, water collectors around the knee, and her pencil skirt has a pocket. So that's why Doberman is ranked lowly. E2 art where her skirt gets closed makes you cringe. Yeah, same. I do not like her skirt closed. It should not be closed. We do get to see the shirt looks better. This weird band still looks strange, but look, I mean, she's not wearing a bra, I guess, so she needs some support. The skirt looks much, much worse closed. The arm parts look weird here, but look, given how long her hair is, it doesn't matter how flowy this is. You didn't think you'd be watching a video talk about Matoi Maru and Flamebringer? Hey, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm having a lot of fun with these as well. Oh, the shoes. Oh, that's coming off her foot. Yeah, those shoes are pretty awful. Yeah, that's a good point. How does she walk around with a belt around her legs? You genuinely could not. You can move your knees about 2 inches with this skirt closed. I hate her E2 art because it takes a phenomenal skirt that I absolutely love and makes it cringe. She is literally straitjacketing her legs. Yeah, she's wearing a hobble skirt. So if it was just the E... And she doesn't have a skin, unfortunately. If it was just the E0, I'd argue awesome, maybe even S tier. But it's gonna average down to basic just because it looks really bad in her E2. So it can either be amazing or bad, depending on whether or not she's tied her skirt. Yeah, can't walk, can't run. Also, given how strong Matoi Maru is, it's absolutely just going to tear. So what's really the point? Especially for a polearm user, you need stances even more than a lot of other weapons. You really need to be able to square your feet properly to be able to swing such a long weapon. Yeah, at least she got a skin for the Monster Hunter collab. Copium. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is hard to even stand in this, especially with these weird block shoes that are sandals. Like, these are just sandals. I've never seen platform sandals before. I hate it. D for disappointment? Nah, her skirt's good enough in her E0 to make up for it. Now, moving on, Melantha. Not too much to say about Melantha's default outfit. This is very basic. But her skin... This is fashionable. This is dapper. She looks really, really great in her skin. I love the jacket. I love the color scheme. I love the top of the jacket, the plaid. Even the gloves are weird. Half-hand gloves always look weird. Outside of that, really, really awesome. And the pinstripe shorts are also a bit weird. And so is this weird belt part. But this is at least positioned right. This is to tie the skirt around her waist. So this at least has functionality even if it's sitting weird. So her skin, absolutely awesome. This is basic, but I don't think it's bad enough to drag it down to basic. I think overall it averages to awesome. You want an operator on stilts? Mato Maru might as well be, man. Yeah, A for activate Melantha skill, you're absolutely right. And yeah, the skin is very solid. Like, she's definitely low A, but I'd say her skin is nice enough to be A. Especially because you could see someone wearing this IRL and you'd think, okay, yeah, they look really nice. They've put a lot of thought into their... Moving straight on. Midnight. Midnight, I'll be quick in. The main attraction of his outfit is his body. That being said, he does dress pretty well. If this was real life, this guy would be A tier, S tier. Because this is Arknights, A at most. It's not too nice of a jacket. I love the undershirt though. The pink, especially the way it's buttoned. The necklace works really, really well. Again, the pecs. Again, this is a case of... It is much more alluring to imply nudity rather than show nudity a lot of the time. He is alluding to his chest muscles, and it makes his torso look really nice. Love that it matches the pink streak in his hair, gloves or whatever. Pants, very solid. Love the chain, but again, it's got weird belt overload. They don't serve any purpose. Shoes, fine. When it comes to his skin is the same outfit, but looks nicer. The jacket is slightly nicer. I really think the best part of Midnight's outfit is this purple undershirt. Outside of that, like, I don't think there's anything in the actual outfit itself that would carry it to A tier. I think it's basic. I just think Midnight's really handsome. And yeah, pecs. If you're a pec enjoyer, you love Midnight. But yeah, like, his outfit, he's stylish enough to not really focus on style and still look really good. It's definitely high B tier, but I don't think it... Even Melantha, like, the actual outfit, there's more to talk about. Midnight is just... He knows he's hot, so he's showing it off. Lore-wise, his skin is a promotional photo shoot. Yeah, I can see it, man. I would buy what he is selling me. Now, moving on. Oh, you have actual purple undershirt styling as always. You're absolutely right. If you can pull off a purple undershirt, especially a dress shirt, absolutely. And yeah, his skin, I was really surprised. It's the same outfit. He just got a glow up. And yeah, he is a club vampire. Yeah. Linar, Uncle. I don't think much needs to be said about Uncle. This guy is flooded. This is an amazing outfit. It's got that pennant-style fancy glove. I love that he's got the newspaper in his crossbody satchel bag. I love how comically small his satchel bag is because of just how insanely tall he is. The details, the color scheme it implements, it matches his hair color perfectly. The tie, he is ready to go to combat and to his office job. He has a lot of drip. Then you get to his E2. He's got the family crest, like, so this is custom made. I love the scabbard. It's positioned right, even if the belt's sitting a bit weirdly. This little dangly ornament here is a bit strange, but that's the only negative part about the outfit. Dress shoes, I love to see, especially pants. Like, he looks amazing from the waist down in an office setting. And then when you take into account the background cloak that's tied into his jacket, he looks phenomenal. Then you get to his skin. And if you thought he was flooding before, this is a tsunami. Yep, newspaper also carries his design. Drip with depression, absolutely. But like, there's not too much to say about Linar because he is just so ridiculously, obviously top tier that what do you even talk about? He looks so good. So like, I would even say he is the highest S so far. Maybe Gaviel can match him, but definitely more than Chong Yui. He just looks phenomenal. Like, there's not too much to say because there's nothing wrong with this outfit. Everything is just perfection. Drip pression. Now, moving on straight, like, Morgan definitely getting a bit of bias from having just seen Linear, but the main attraction of her outfit are her thighs. These are really weird shoes. Like, why is it so bulky? Why is it so spiky? Why is it fur-topped and then showing off your thighs? The shorts are way too tiny. She's wearing, like, some skin-tight undershirt with a really bulky fishnet overshirt. The jacket is true sleeveless, and then she has sleeves from a different jacket underneath. The arms are ripped. And yet the shoes especially are just awful. You're right, she got the memo, wear belts. Yeah, like, say what you will, she's met the minimum belt count. But she still doesn't have anywhere to hang her sword because the jacket is absolutely going to get away. Yeah, she looks like she's smuggling cocaine in her shoes. This is LM7. I don't know what LM7 stands for. But yeah, absolutely. Amazing tier belts. Oh yeah, I love the Street Gang Gyaru appeal. Like, design-wise, I really love Morgan. Aside from the shoes are weird. And even just this weird stomach pouch is weird. It's just when you actually look at this outfit, like, this is just a mishmash. It's nicer than Indra's because Indra's is torn to pieces in that sense. But like color scheme-wise, design-wise, as an actual outfit, this is really bad. You need to do better than this, Morgan. The thigh belt, yeah, these are very uncomfortable. It would also make it really a pain to go to the bathroom because you need to remove the belts, then the pants, then some of the overshirt. Her E2, exactly the same. The fishnets look a bit better. The shirt isn't see-through, so it looks better. Yeah, hide her feet and the outfit as a whole looks significantly better because this weird, like, ankle, lower leg, shin thing is just strange. Yeah, the thighs are absolutely chafe because of those belts. It's like, she doesn't have a skin yet. Yeah, exactly. You see Morgan IRL, you're thinking, okay, you look nice for a homeless person, but you still look homeless. So gotta be honest, I'm gonna have to put Morgan down here and don't leave the house. She really needs to... I hope she looks much better in her outfit. She looks better in Siege's outfit. Because she appears in the background of that, same as the rest of the Glasgow gang. But it's just, this is not it. It's mainly the shoes. It'd just be cringe without the shoes, but the shoes are atrocious. And now, moving on to Mountain. Unfortunately, as much as I do not like Mountain, he has a lot of drip. My guy is really stylish. It's hard to tell where his skin begins and the clothing ends, which does detract from it a little bit. Part of it's just the design of his skin, which I can't give him credit for, thankfully. Diva don't have a home to stay in. Yeah, you're right. We're saying she looks homeless, and then we're saying stay at home. The ultimate roast. But yeah, look. Mountain is unfortunately SSS tier Drip King. I do not like Mountain. I hate to say it. Very tight shirt, perfectly fitted, lovely belt. Nothing too over-designed, but this guy looks like the king of the prison. That was the vibe they were going for, and he nailed it. He's got a mountain of drip, you're right. He looks a bit worse in the E2, but that's just the angle, and that's because he's also bleeding, so it's added a lot more red, which takes away from the highlights, but it's the same outfit. Then you get his skins. He looks phenomenal in his skin. Absolute biker gang energy. I love the spiked shoes. His other skin, this looks a little bit worse. This one, probably A tier by itself, but the other outfits are all SSS tier. So as much as I want to rank him lower, I kind of can't. You're indifferent on Mountain? Why do I dislike him? Part of it is that I'm a massive fan of Dagda and Indra. And because he is just objectively better than them in basically every way, it's really hard to justify using them. Part of it's he's also a furry. And it's just a case of when there's furry characters in games like this, the fandom gets really weird about them. I have nothing against the furries themselves. It's just I know what I'm going to see, and I'm going to see a lot of porn, and I don't want to. So it's more just like, it's nothing against him personally. He was great in his event. He dresses really well. I like him the most out of any of the furry operators, and I probably will level him soon. But it's just a case of I want to use the 5-star versions of his archetype, and a very, very small section of the fandom, not even the furry fandom, the Arknights fandom, gets really weird and draws like, I don't want to see this guy naked, and I have. Let's leave it there. White skin would be better with the jacket? Yeah, you're absolutely right. With the jacket, this would look much better. And yeah, hard to read that book with those gorilla hands. Blame the artists and the devs. Yeah, look, I can't even blame them. They appeal to a white... And it's not even the furries that are the cringe part of this. I don't dislike him because he's a furry because of furries. I dislike him because he's a furry because of... Even just the people who really hate furries start getting really annoying. And then all of the fan artists, well, let's be real. There's a lot of overlap between furries and fan artists, but I really don't want to see him naked. So it's nothing against him or the furry community. It's unfortunate. Either way, though, absolute SSS tier. As much as I don't particularly like Mountain, especially because he's so strong and he invalidates some of my favorite units, Indra and Dagda especially, he's indisputably Drip King. Yeah, if you haven't seen him in a Speedo, you don't play Arknights. Oh, max all the brawlers? Don't worry, all of the brawlers are already E2 with masteries done except for Mountain. who I will level soon, because he is a strong unit and he is cool. It was just right when he released, there was a lot of mountain art, and I unfortunately saw that. Moving on, Mouse. Not too much to say about Mouse, pretty basic. Like, this is a lovely dress, but it's also pretty standard. Nice and frilly. Lovely thigh highs. Oh, really solid shoes. Those are really nice shoes. The claws, nice aesthetic touch, obviously not by choice. I do like that it's ripping out of this side, but not the other. But not too much to say about Mouse, because it's really lovely basic. Fur pattern on the claw is neat. Yeah, absolutely. I love the pattern. And I don't think she has a skin. Oh, yeah, she does. Oh, her skin is cute. I think this is nice enough basic that it becomes an A tier. Silver Ash S2 over Mountain S2. I personally agree, and don't worry, Silver Ash is coming soon. Yeah, her design is really, really cute. And it's not like insanely fashionable, but she's really well dressed. Really, really well dressed. I'm going to give her an A. Once again, unfortunately, the highest she's ever been on any tier list. She's not that bad. She's just 4-star stats. Now, moving on to NTR. Also known as Nola Radiant Knight. Now, for a competition knight, not as good as Flametail or Ashlocks, but a lot more eye-catching. These vials shouldn't be there. You shouldn't have anything destroyable, especially when you're in a fight like that, just exposed to the open. The lance, I do like that it's got a strap, even if she's not using it. Asserting dominance by letting it hang off your cloak. Cloak is going to get in her way with mobility. Skirt's not so bad. You might trip on it if you move too quickly. The massive oversized shoes don't matter as much because she's got fan braces on. Shoes are really lovely, even if she shows off her thighs. Mouse is screwed over by Amiya being free. Exactly. And yeah, absolutely adorable. Mouse is the highest uptime on the second highest attack debuff in the game. Yeah, she is a really great debuffer, but it's like, why wouldn't you use Shamare? You know what I mean? Oh yes, I do agree. The one thing I don't like about Nell's design is that this part is exposed. Like, in theory, I really like it. I like it from a fan service point of view, but when you think about actually fighting, it makes sense from a lore reason because she needs to touch skin to heal herself. But it's still just... it's strange. It breaks up the flow of the design, this part here, this part here. As an outfit, this is very flamboyant, though. This is exactly what you want as a performance knight. You're trying to catch everyone's eyes and be impractical enough to be dramatic without being too impractical to limit your mobility. The cloak slightly limits her mobility. The rest of it is actually really great, especially while, yeah, she's showing off her thighs, she's got most of the core parts armored. You're going to be striking at her from the front, and she's a very quick combatant. So she's got her forearms armored, so you can't just go over her spear and whack her on the forearms. She's got her legs armored. This is actually... more of her vitals are covered than you would expect. And very nice shorts. You're absolutely right. If she needs touch white gloves, I don't know. That is the lore reason for why she has these parts exposed. But you're right, I don't know why she's wearing gloves. Maybe it works through gloves and just not other fabrics. Exposed skin is lore friendly. Yeah. Look, at the end of the day, when you think about it, Nerl is borderline a WWE style celebrity. Like, not quite to the same level of performance over combat. It's definitely more leaning towards combat. But, like, you get a lot more excited when you see a larger-than-life figure wearing really interesting clothing that isn't necessarily practical, fighting it out, because they're a lot more eye-catching. So with all of the performance knights, it's not so much about practicality as how practical is it versus how stylish is it. You wouldn't want to wear this day-to-day. This would be a bad outfit if this was day-to-day, but for a performance knight, this is really, really good. Because the weirdest part is this weird side slit here, and outside of that, like, look, end of the day... we like fan service outside of the world, but if this was a really fit badass fighter who you loved and you were rooting for, and they had lots of fan service skin showing, you'd be very interested. So her design is excellent with the context of it being a combatant in show combat rather than direct combat. Like, it's armored enough while still being fan servicey enough that it fills both roles. So it wouldn't be good as a day-to-day outfit, but it's really, really great for the purpose that she's using it, which is much more important. Yeah, her E2 is fantastic. Again, it looks a bit weird having that exposed. And her legs are slightly too long. Especially her legs are slightly too large. They need to be a bit smaller, proportion-wise. But that's not too bad. It's easy to ignore. It's just something I saw and could never unsee. The only downside to her outfit is all of these flappy parts are just too long. Outside of that, absolute S-tier outfit, especially for a performance combatant. And then you get to her skin. Despite more of the thigh being shown, this is a lot more practical armor. And also, I just really, really love this skin. I'm not sure what's going on with the jacket on this arm. I'm not sure how this is staying up, but this is really excellent. This is also an S-tier outfit. Yeah, you'd love the armor, same. Especially like the weird way her legs are sitting because of the heels makes it really eye-catching. It's hard to describe. The skin looks like Aegis from Persona 4. Yeah, I can see that. And yeah, this is more mobility style armor where her core parts are armored, where she's most likely to get struck, not her vitals. This is armoring most of her vitals except for the thighs. But look, I love anime thighs. I also, I'm not a big fan of having the groin exposed, but it does look weird to have proper groin armor and then thighs exposed. And she does have this skirt, which massively offsets it. So while, yeah, there's a bit of a vulnerability here, it's a lot more protective than you'd expect. The pauldrons sit well. This is really, really lovely. This would be borderline SSS tier, but overall I'd give Nerl an S tier. Yeah, definitely one of the highest S tiers though. Like, she looks phenomenal. Definitely borderline SSS. Now moving on to my boy Noir Corn. I love this guy character-wise. No alt, just Knight exposed and skin is Knight. Yeah, it's relatively basic in concept, but it's really interesting lines. Like, they've delivered on it in a really interesting way. And if you saw, like, actual default armor, like, even with Noir Corns, the armor doesn't look nearly as nice, nearly as visually appealing. You see, this is a lot more weird. If you saw this as a performance Knight, you'd think this is a villain bit character who's there to lose to a more impressive combatant to hype up the crowd, rather than a serious contender. It's sort of hard to describe why I think the way I do, and definitely part of it is bias. I just think for an actual performance combatant, like, Nerl's outfit works really, really well. Her thighs are unarmored? Yes, her thighs are unarmored. This is skin tight. You can actually see, because the way this overlaps, that this is the underlayer underneath her armor. So that would actually be very, very uncomfortable. And yeah, absolutely. Noir Corn has that Sentai villain of the week, not like the overall evil, not the big bad, but a dramatic boss that might recur 1 or 2 times, like, not super minor character, but absolutely not main character. I love him for his personality. I find his skills funny. He can target nothing with his S2, and it does consume the charge, which I find very, very funny, because usually it refunds it if you use it on nothing. I do like that he kept the visor and parts of his original outfit, like, the same sort of vibes. I love that he kept his name tag just on a different holster. Yato in full armor and Noir Corn exposed. That would be god tier. But, like, that being said, there's not too much to say. This really is a great example after Nerl to highlight why Nerl's armor is so eye-catching and so amazing. Because this is just sort of anime default armor, where it looks like a... this isn't your protagonist, this is like the side character protagonist who loses to the villain to show off how impressive the main character is for beating them, or like the villain's understudy, who you... the villain has 3 sub-commanders you need to beat to get through to him, and this is one of the sub-commanders. He can zero block in the most meme of ways, you're absolutely right. But yeah, so like, as much as I love my boy Noir Corn, he's a B tier. It's unfortunate. Still though, unironically, probably the highest he's ever been on a tier list. But no, his guard form is better than his defender form. Now getting to Palace. Palace has a really nice design. The art style, I just find the way they do coloring a bit weird personally. But that's absolutely just a stylistic thing. Palace's outfit, though, is really nice. Like, this is a really comfortable shirt. It's a bit baggy on the sleeves. The chain is tied weirdly, but that's more her weapon than her outfit. These pouches are actually strapped in pretty solidly. Even this one, which usually I'd say, hey, that sits a bit too low. The only part that's wrong about it is the axe. You'd want some kind of protective covering there, because that's absolutely going to stab you. Yeah, thighs, really smooth skin. Palace is the flower, you're absolutely right. But we're ranking the flowers drip, aka their outfit. I do love this little necklace, not too eye-catching, just a nice little ornament. Not a big fan of this white sort of bib-style tabard she's got going on, but like it's not bad. The skirt's really nice. I love this multi-layered skirt with changing colors. Always lovely. Lovely thigh highs. The shoes are really weird though. Really, really weird. Not quite as bad as Dagda, but definitely up there. Is the flower lore canon? No. It's just a very popular meme because Beanstalk's crabs also have a flower. When you get to her E2, same outfit. You can just see it from a different angle. Very, very nice outfit. Like, it's not god tier drip, but she looks better than basic. Absolute A tier. And the pouches are mostly practical. The skirt's mostly practical. The only unpractical thing are the shoes, which are really weird. And again, they're going for the bull-style feet, so I get what they're going for. It just looks strange when you apply it to a person. Wasn't she a pretest? Yes, she is. You're right. It still does look a bit weird, but the bib is something to do with that. None, yeah. Something like that, one of the two. And this outfit is more a callback to that. And again, like, this outfit, solid A, maybe even S tier. I'm a much bigger fan of the way they do coloring in this one, personally. It's still the same artist, still the same style. I just personally like how they did it more. E2 art looks like she woke up drunk. That would be relatively lore-friendly from what I understand of Palace. She is an alcoholic, so it works. Again, I don't like the way that they've given her goat feet. I understand exactly why. I just don't think it looks very nice when it comes to her actual outfit. The pouch is nice. This is really lovely clothing. Brighter and more contrast. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I love the very subtle greens and browns contrasted with a bluish, greenish white. People outright worshipped her beyond priestess. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she was considered a god of Minos. But it's been a while since I've read her lore. This skin, not as nice as the others. This looks a lot more basic tier, but the others are all easy A, borderline S. So I think overall it's Palace is an A. Because she has one B, one A, one S tier skin, so hey, average it together. Very solid B. Very solid A, rather. Yeah, because like when you compare it to outfits like Cutter, this is heads and shoulders nicer. Her arm does look very awkward. That's more to do with the wrist joint here. Realistically, the wrist should curve out to about here and then start coming in, which means her arm is also too long. But look, hands are really hard to draw, man. Her E02 and second skin might not be drippy. Yeah, I love them anyway. I agree with you. I still love her outfits. They're just like, they're not god tier drip outfits. They're just above basic, really nice. Like, again, the average for Arknights is me giving a B tier, which is absolutely me saying, this is still really nice. God saw her followers and got drunk. Yeah. Yeah, that's like the meme of, I think it was Edward Elric from Full Metal Alchemist. I'm not very religious, says man who met God. So moving on from Palace, we have Poppycar. I love the bunny stockings. I don't like how skin tight the stockings are given her age. But this is just a really, really nice basic. Like, not too much to say here. It's really cute. It's a little sus, given how young she is, to have those. Shoes are fine. Oh, I didn't place Palace? Yeah, I did. Oh yeah, sorry, it might have just lagged or cut off. Palace, easy A tier. Fun fact, because taller than Ami. That's good to know. Yeah, you're right, bayonet on a chainsaw is very, very silly. But I do like the little bunny that's hanging from the bayonet. Why is there a knife there? I'm not sure. But this is a proper bayonet. The blade looks weird, but the handguard and the handle both look relatively proper for a bayonet. But yeah, why would you attach a bayonet to a chainsaw? What's the point? Waiting for an altar? I agree. I really love the 5-star altar versions of Crus, Lava, and Hibiscus being older. I really, really love that concept. But yeah, Poppycar, she doesn't have a skin. Poppycar, just easy basic. Poppycar is Big Bob. Yep. Is the bayonet detachable? It will be because it detaches here from the handguard. This holds the bayonet in place, but this is the bayonet itself, and it comes off here. So you slide this off and the knife is attached, but there's a little divot here, and then this is more of a round circle. So it's hard to get off, but you can get it off. But yeah, easy B tier. Nothing too special, but again, you don't want a kid dressing super stylishly a lot of the time. Because end of the day, other people are dressing her. But look, it's really cute. It's a cute outfit. It fits her. If it wasn't obvious, she's a Cordis. Yeah, her ears are folded on under the hat. And you also see the bunny reference here, which I find really cute. The bunny thigh highs are a little sus, though. Alright, Chubai. 1 sec. Sorry, I had to take a sip of water. I haven't taught King quite a while. Now, Chubai is another character there's not too much to say about. Because, dear God, this is flooding. New tier for Chubai and Inez. No. I'm going to disagree there. Chubai is what Inez thinks she is. Inez is still SSS tier. Chubai is higher than that. Chubai is the exact same vibe as Inez, but much more practical. I don't think much needs to be said about her. I am massively weak to the color scheme, even her hair's color. But the ornaments, the design, everything is just so phenomenal. Like, there is nothing wrong with this design, except maybe this weird part here on this arm. That doesn't look like it attaches to anything, and having 2 straps there is weird. But that is literally it. Everything else is god tier. Why would you change anything? Her sword looks like Frost Mornew. I don't know what that is. But please, by all means, do tell me more if you want. She's running on CM and you've been trying to pull her. Dude, I don't blame you. I don't even care that, like, she's not that amazing of a unit. I use her all the time just because every time I see her, she's so fucking good looking. She's so fashionable. Lacks a goat skull. I'll take your word for it. And yeah, she isn't drowning in drip. She's floating on the water, man. It's drip or drown and she's surfing. You get to her E2. No change. You just see it from a slightly different angle. This is how you show off your thighs while still being capable of movement. Take note, Inez. Pretty sure I still put Inez SSS tier, though. Oh, no, I think Inez just got an A because it was too impractical. Chubai, though, absolutely easy S tier. You pulled her banner for Hung and got her instead. Why were you pulling for... Okay, I'm not going to judge too much. But Hung is one of the worst 5 stars in the game and the most furry character in the game. Yep, thighs, armpits, napes. Chubai is incredibly attractive, showing it all off, and her outfit is excellent. To the point where, like, this outfit... Easy S tier or SSS tier outfit, it is a downgrade from her E0, E2. That's how insanely strong they are. And yeah, you're right. Look, Hung isn't actually that bad. I will go back on that statement. I just personally don't like Hung because every time I see him, I just think he's someone's fursona. Which is just a personal thing, but he just gives off those vibes to me, and I'm not a fan. But, like, again, no shade. Use who you like. And he was useful for one of the contingency contracts, the one with the eggs, CC9. Because he was a healing defender who had the lowest attack, so it would take him the longest to proc their... the egg explosions that deal AoE damage and sanity damage. Chubai and Kapow when? I hope so. Hung Nyan banner PTSD, bro. I have a pot 1 Nyan and a pot 13 Ak. I can relate. Worst one is Windflit, who you're still trying to get to this day. You'll get there eventually. Don't worry. And yeah, there are some absolutely god-awful 5 stars, and it doesn't matter because I like them anyway. But yeah, Chubai, this outfit could be borderline just S, but it's still argument for SSS tier, and her default outfit is so ridiculously strong that it's like, why even discuss it? You know what I mean? There is nothing to criticize. And even just the way she pulls off the outfit is incredible. Not a lot of people could, but she has the right vibes for it. Like in her eyes, she looks just the right level of dead inside and angry that it works perfectly. You got a rolling for Inez. Yeah, you got the other black and red bind inflictor. You have a pot 0 Nyan. Yeah, it's hard to get them. I was around during the original runs. It's very, very hard to spark them, unfortunately. But you might get her one day. Best of luck. I still have never pulled a W. I've only ever sparked her. And I love W. So moving on to Quartz. Definitely biased because we just came from Chubai. Quartz is a very strong basic. Like, it's nice, but there's nothing to really stand out here. Part of that's definitely the muted colors. But, like, the shirt's nice. The dress, rather, but it's a bit weird. Shorts are nice. Thigh highs are nice. The only thing you don't like is the asymmetrical legs. No, that's absolutely fine. Not everyone pulls off asymmetry. Great example, Quartz here. This is weird asymmetry. Not a big fan of this. It doesn't work very well. You started 2 months ago. Hey man, end of the day, that means you've got a lot of content to catch up on. That means you have a lot longer before you reach the content wall of having nothing to do and 5 million LMD waiting for a new operator to come out so you can level them. But hey, glad you're enjoying it, and thanks for swinging by. But yeah, like, Quartz, there's not too much to say. It's a nice basic. Yeah, she really is just Hodora, but worse, even design-wise. Like, in her E2, like, it's a nice... It's nice, but there's nothing really you can say beyond that. It's just nice. So there's not really any point discussing it. It's just a solid B tier. Like, it's a relatively high B tier, but she's not going to compete with anyone in the A tiers. Like, even Melantha's skin looks so much nicer. Hodora got the whole bakery. Yeah, don't worry. You'll get a good view of that in a minute. Quartz is so bad she's popular for it. Look, not gonna lie, I have Quartz at max level. She's not as bad as people make her out to be. Like, her S2 basically stunlocks an enemy and does pretty high damage. The problem is everything else. But, like, she is relatively solid. For a 4-star, she actually does quite high damage. It's just, a lot of people, by the time she came out, have lots of leveled 5-stars. And she's worse than any 5-star, pretty much. Another fun fact, the main thing contributing, she has a big sword for intimidation factor. Yeah. She's like one of those birds that, like a not a flamingo, a peacock that flare out their feathers at the back to make themselves appear intimidating because they can't actually fight you. You love everyone Fifal is drawn, Quartz, Jiyoung, and Valar Quinn. Yeah, I do really like the art style. It's just design-wise, like, there's nothing really to criticize, but there's also nothing really to compliment. This is just a very functional, very nice outfit, but nothing really amazing. Now, moving on to Savage. Another Morgan case where the highlight of this outfit is her thighs. That being said, unlike Morgan, she doesn't look like she's homeless. She is at least nicely dressed. And I do really like Savage, even though she is not the greatest unit. But I really like her, especially since she was one of the original Australian operators, because everyone from Rim Bolton is from Australia. Her, Cruz, and Amio were the original only Australians. Her thigh highs, interesting design. Some of this sits really weirdly, like she has a few weird proportions, but that's just inevitable. She's very nice for when she was added to the game, but like there are just a few weird parts of her thighs. She wears stilettos, yeah, absolutely. First operator to use a vacuum cleaner. It is a hammer. Look, come on, be fair. It is still a hammer. And yet, you're right. Her outfit is kind of like Quartz Plus. And yeah, unfortunately, another case of higher than she'll ever be on any other tier list. Because when she released, let's just say Blaze came to the game very early. Savage saying really Aussie things with an American accent is weird. I agree. It has been very disappointing to me that so far every Australian they've gotten an English voice actor for has either been American or British, because it is very, very audible. And look, in case someone can't tell by my ridiculously thick accent, I am indeed Australian. G'day, mate, how's it going? But yeah, Savage really is just kind of Quartz Plus. But again, the main highlight of her outfit is her thighs. But I would say the outfit, like, I don't think it's nice enough to be A tier. If Bagpipe isn't Scottish, we riot. Yeah, agreed. And yeah, I don't say, I know it's incredibly obvious when I listen. I used to actually have a really neutral accent 10 years ago, and then I entered the workforce and let's just say I've worked with a lot of people very closely, and a lot of my job has to do with talking. So as a result, I've picked up, I don't even really have a regional accent like most Australians do. I have a combination of all of the nearby accents from where I live, because I've spent a lot of time conversing with more than 1,000 individuals. But yeah, Savage, not quite enough to be A tier, but basically just Quartz Plus. I think she has actually hit a B tier before on a tier list, so this isn't a new personal best. And yeah, holy thighs. People level Savage for her thighs, and I don't blame them. Not gonna lie, that's part of why I leveled her. I have a weakness for thighs. Now moving on to Sharp. Oh boy, he is dressed sharp. The name absolutely fits. That being said, he is discount ace, unfortunately. This, honestly, because of how much more of it's armored compared to the Reserve Vanguard Ops, I actually don't think it looks as stylish. But as a unit, dude, Sharp is amazing. He's Franca Plus, and that always makes me feel worse for Franca, but he is so funny. I love his appearances in the Degenbrecher event. How he just shows up. And Everyone's confused when Courier tells their entire army to start fleeing because it's just Sharp. But then they desperately get in formations, and then it just hard cuts to the next scene where Sharp returns uninjured and says he went easy on them. Like, he is an absolute goat of a character. I love him. I love that they've started personalizing the IS exclusives. But I don't think he's quite enough to be A tier because so much of it is just plate. Like, this is just pouch, 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 pouch. The other reserve ops, because there was less of a military theme, you could see it being really cool streetwear. With this is like borderline streetwear, but this just looks more like a uniform. So I think, unfortunately, as much as like as a character S tier, both gameplay-wise and personality-wise, I think he's more really high B. Oh, Savage disappeared. Sorry about that. Yeah, he's so base, but only... Here's what Franca should be. Franca is, unfortunately, just discount Sharp. Like, they did Franca so dirty. Sharp is just directly better. It's actually ridiculous. But yeah, I hope he becomes pullable. I will absolutely pull for the IS ops if they ever become pullable. Poor Franca. I love Franca, but she has her problems. But no, like, she's nowhere near as bad as people say she is. People act like Franca's unusable. She is actually pretty solid. It's just, she's not as strong as, like, La Pluma or Spectre. But people forget that most 5 stars aren't that strong. Okay, moving on to Side Rocker. The main attraction for Side Rocker is the chest area, let's be real. The outfit itself is a bit all over the place. This is a really weird bum bag that's up way too high. These belts are strange. The skirt is nice, but it's sitting really weird. It looks like a pencil skirt, but it's not. Oh, the fanny pack. Oh, just like Frostleaf, yeah. Frostleaf, at least, like, I can confirm, unfortunately, she does no damage, unlike Franca. But it is what it is. Side Rocker's design is interesting, but it just looks a bit off. Like, the jacket is weird, it's way too shiny. The skirt is really nice, now that I look at it closer, but the belts are strange. This part of the belt is really weird. Her boots are really nice. These are basically just standard combat boots, except for this weird zipper at the side. She's wearing very see-through stockings, but that's fine. That looks nice. Again, it is mandatory to have something showing off your thighs, and she is not disappointing. That pouch is too small to be usable. It is just there to show off her thighs more. Can't really say much. This is just a tight standard dress shirt. The blue's an interesting color, but like it doesn't work super well with that color scheme. You're right, big sword is always a plus. But like the fact that the big sword kind of looks better than every part of her outfit except the skirt is kind of an indictment. Honestly, from the waist down, I'd say this is awesome. It's just from the waist up, it's kind of basic. Especially, I really don't like this baggy trash bin looking shirt, jacket rather. Yeah, in E2 it looks nicer because it doesn't look like it's made of literal plastic. And she has more things tied around her thighs for no reason. Then her skin. Not a big fan of her skin. There are too many weird straps. Like, what is this sitting on? Is this going into there? I don't want to think about it. And why does she have a bikini top, sports top, that is vacuum sealed to her boobs? Look, as a design, yeah, it looks nice. It's got a nice stomach. It's got a nice chest area. It's got very nice thighs. As an outfit, this isn't very good. Say what you will. This is a nice visor, at least. And yeah, she's got the belts, the mandatory belts everywhere, even one around her thigh. Once again, the shoe being really weird platform sandal with the top. But gotta be honest, like, her outfits are a little cringe. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, it would be quite a pain for her to zip this top up, I agree. But yeah, like, as a design, it's better. But as an outfit, gotta give Side Rocker cringe. Same as La Pluma. It's like, La Pluma definitely looks nicer than Side Rocker, but they both look nice. It's just when you actually think about their outfit, it's just really weird. Like, you see someone at the beach, yeah, there are some things to look at that look nice. Yeah, the sword is gone, so minus points. The sword is out of sight. Alright, I won't spend too much longer on her. Now, getting to Daddy Silver Ash. Now, look, you like her silly shoes? Look, I don't blame you. Just, like, actually wearing them would be very uncomfortable. Now, if this was the game's launch, Silver Ash would be SSS tier Drip King. That being said, by comparison, he has moved down a little bit. He's still really, really fashionable. Especially because even his bird has drip. Oh, yeah, you as well. The necktie matches perfectly. This outfit, I would say, is still SSS tier. Even if the jacket is a little bit weird, I just don't think his other outfits hold up quite as nicely. Like, the jacket, phenomenal. I especially love the chain holding it together. The coat, rather. But this first layer of jacket looks a bit weird. This undershirt hangs a bit weirdly. And Leonidas is A squared. Yeah, that's fair. Fluffy tail. He does have a fluffy tail, but his tail isn't as nice as Pramanix's. Oh, S squared. Yeah, that's fair. He would be like a double S. But like, as you can see without this, without his coats, the shirt is a bit weird. The tie is a bit weird. And yeah, he's a handsome guy, and the pants are fantastic, the shoes are fantastic. But like, while this is still an easy S tier, I don't think it quite matches characters like Chong Yui. Yeah, he looks unwell. He's a bit injured. He looks like he maybe hasn't slept or he got a cold. When you started playing the game, you thought he wouldn't use his coat. Yeah. Yeah. He does give off that vibes. Like, as you level him, he wears less clothing. Yet a little bit of midriff. Yeah. His E0 art is really phenomenal. I always didn't like his E2 as much, even though I think it's really cool. This outfit, this again, like, this looks like discount Chong Yui. You can tell he's really important, really rich, but it's not as stylish as the previous ones. It's just got a bit of gold highlights. It's a nice suit. Like, it's still an S tier. But when you compare it to other characters who are really, really amazing drip, I think comparatively he is lower ranked just because other better characters have come out. Yeah, his suit does blend into the background a bit, unfortunately, you're right. And just all it really has going for it is gold highlights. Like, it's not even super well tailored to show off his body part of that. So he's wearing a four-piece suit. World's first. I do like the armband, though, but it looks weird on a suit. His pirate skin, also easy S. The point of this beach skin is not necessarily the skin. Let's just put it that way. But the pants are nice, even if they sit a little bit low and the belt's a little bit low. This vest, this is custom made. You know what I'm saying? Matterhorn looks derpy. Yeah, Matterhorn looks very derpy, but he has a very nice six-pack. Courier has weird biceps, but a very nice six-pack. And yeah, you're right. Matterhorn is mewing right now. It would be SSF if he had a peg leg. Yeah, Matterhorn unironically looks like the Chad meme. You're absolutely right. He is chatted up right now. He's asserting dominance. Looks maxing. He's mewing. But yeah, so... SSS if he had more chest window. I think his E0 is borderline SSS, but I think overall he's just an S. And I say just, he's still really well dressed. Like, he's definitely a pretty high S, but I just don't think he's like, compare it to Mlinar, compare it to Mountain Chong Yui, he's not that level of drip. His tail is bigger in this one? Yeah, it does reach a little longer. The tail sizes are very inconsistent. Also, keep in mind, this outfit came out like a year after Silver Ash's release, and Silver Ash was one of the launch operators. So you can't blame the artist's style of having changed slightly. Now, moving on to Skadi, also called the Reverse Granny, also called Kiadi. I love the aesthetic of Skadi's outfit, but it really isn't, as an outfit, very nice. As a design, it's fantastic. But the nicest part is this weird over-the-shoulder jacket with the cravat. But this is weird. The pants are weird because they show off her inner thigh. I know it's to look like a killer whale. The pants are otherwise really nice. The shoes are weird as hell. The shirt has that same issue I've had with a few guards, where it's just, why are you showing off a tiny bit of your stomach? That being said, she looks nicer in some of her other skins. E2, completely different outfit. The pants still look weird. The shirt looks a lot nicer. The jacket looks a lot nicer. This over jacket being down here on her forearm looks weird, though. Plus, it's longer and inconvenient. The shoes are a little bit less bad, but still, like, those are not very good shoes for wearing. And again, she looks cute as hell. She's Skadi. But, like, as an outfit, this one, much nicer. The open thigh strips look strange. Yeah, absolutely. They should have given her shorts and stockings. I do agree. They were going for the killer vibe. Killer whale vibe, but it didn't really work. Big sword is always a plus, though, and Skadi has the biggest sword. I love the fact that she looks like she's digging a hole if you use her attack animation. But again, like, this is more a case of Skadi looks really good. It's not really the outfit. Like, the attraction of this outfit are her thighs and her face and her hair. Why is she holding the blade at her exposed thighs? My guess is the artist wanted to make her hump her sword and just couldn't. But yeah, her hair is ridiculously long, so you can't go, oh, well, this is going to be inconvenient. Yeah, her hair is going to be the most inconvenient. Oh, her hat? Yeah, her hat is very strange. It's got the fish style. Orca Plus is SSS. Yeah, if we were ranking the Orca strip, absolute top tier. Looks phenomenal. This outfit, I would say, is a B or an A. But because you've got to take into account the others, that definitely drags it down. But that being said, when you get to this skin is an outfit. This is a solid A. The jacket is a little bit weird. The gloves are a little bit weird, but everything else about it is fantastic. The hair ornament, fantastic. Thigh highs, really, really great. Very well stylized. Shoes, the color's a bit wrong for the rest of the outfit. But outside of that, really, really amazing. The pants, this looks very strange, but it does work with the pants. And the pants are really, really nice, the shorts. And that is a lovely undershirt. That is a great necklace. Yeah, the yellow boots are they don't match the color scheme. Definitely should have gone more of a denim-style blue or even a black. That being said, overall, I think Skadi averages to basic because it's cringe, basic, borderline awesome, and then strong awesome. Yeah, she lives in a yellow submarine now. Yeah, so I think, unfortunately, Skadi averages a B. I love Skadi, but, like, the actual outfit, like, the attraction of Skadi is more about her rather than her outfits. Which, except for this one, this is a really nice outfit and she's very pretty. But in the others, it's just a case of Skadi is pretty. Which is something a lot of the Sea Hunters have. Speaking of Sea Hunters, Spectre. Now, Spectre is the exception to the rule. The only inconvenient part of Spectre's gear is how low the skirt goes and the giant ears on her headdress. You can fix her. Why would you want to fix her when she could instead break you? Though, then again, when she gets fixed, she turns into Skadi Alter. So, Spectre Alter. But yeah, she has bladed teeth, so be careful. That being said, this is a really amazing outfit. Have I ranked any other classes by style? Yes. I did Specialists first. Then I did Vanguards and Supporters, massively underestimating how long that would take. And then I scheduled Guards for the weekend because there are more than 70 Guards, or very close, and a lot of them have a lot of skins. But no, I'm having a lot of fun with these, so I'm glad everyone else is too. Spectre's a buy one, get one free. Yeah, absolutely. Especially Spectre Alter, technically you're in a threesome relationship with two different Spectres, which is living the dream. You're slow waiting for Hoshiguma? Oh, yeah. Don't worry, I will get to Defenders. Defenders will be... I'm probably going to do Medics next, but I'm probably going to do Defenders after that. And having learned from Vanguard Supporters, I'm definitely going to do them separately. Because after about 3 hours of talking, my throat starts getting a bit sore. Don't mind if you do. Yeah, I don't think any of us would mind dating Spectre Alter. Missed Ishar Malar. Yeah, again, that was very similar to Default Skadi, where it's a case of Skadi is very pretty more than her outfits. Lumen, yeah, I will be doing Medics yet. I'm not sure what day, but it'll probably be Wednesday, honestly. But I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, Spectre, her outfit, really fantastic. Love the shoes. Relatively practical, even though there are a lot of belts. Love the thigh highs, even though there is the mandatory straps. I do love the one garter belt. Yes, I do have a Discord. I don't know my number, though. After I get through ranking the guards, I will look it up and type it to you. Yeah, absolutely happy to chat on Discord, man. But yeah, Spectre, like, this is a bit impractical around her shoulders, but it looks really nice. The necklace looks really nice. The tight neck looks really nice. Sleeves a little bit weird, but doesn't take away too much from it. This is an absolutely fantastic outfit. Little bit worse because of just the coloring and posing as an outfit in a E2, but still really amazing. And these are different shoes. This is now like essentially a thigh-high shoe rather than two parts like it is here. And I prefer the original, but it still looks amazing. Then you get to her outfit. Like, this is another case of there isn't too much to say because it just looks so amazing. I love the crosses. I love the heavy scarf-style jacket. This would be crazy warm, but even the hat is so cute. The big flaps look like penguin wings. Yeah, I can see that. Frills, yeah, she does have a few frills, but it's not like frill overload like a lot of characters get in anime. The skirt a bit more so, but because it's so tight and clean lines up top, it really works. The sleeves are a little bit weird. Spine, not sure what you mean by that one, unfortunately. Oh, you mean her spine's a bit... Yeah, it does curve a bit weird here. It's hard to tell where her legs are, though. I like that she's got a guitar case in the background for her saw. But, like, honestly, I don't think she's quite SSS tier, but she's definitely S. Like, this is at minimum S. All of her outfits look really amazing. I just don't think they look... I think if this was any other class than guards, she would be SSS tier, but when compared to these juggernauts, like, it's just not quite as nice. Oh, there's a spine in a case in the background. Ah, yeah, there is. Display case. Anime broke you. You want to see Frill Overload. Frill Overload looks really nice. It's just hard to move around in, which is why people don't wear it IRL. But, like, yeah, Spectre looks absolutely amazing in all of her art. Speaking of looking absolutely amazing, but unlike in Spectre, that's less to do with the outfit than it is to do with Soda just being very pretty. Her outfit's better than Skadi, but like this weird strap across the top of her boobs is strange. The weird zip-up choker that looks like a suit top is strange. The dress is really nice. The thigh highs are really, really nice, even though they have a lot of straps. The shoes, they're at least attached properly. Even if they have a weird bow at the back. Yeah, she got the belt memo. And yep, it is Surta time. I love Surta. I don't like how her handbag is attached to these weird belts underneath her tits. That is going to be a nightmare to get on and off. That being said, like, still easy A. I wouldn't give this an S tier. The design is SSS tier. It looks amazing as an art, but actual outfit, it's basically just a skirt and some thigh highs, and there's a few weird parts of the skirt. Is it a sword or a staff? It is a really massive sword. Why does the sword have a second crossguard? Because it's not actually her that holds it. It's the demon she summons. Like, Skadi's really weird. This sword is very much not designed for her to use. It's taller than she is. I don't know the full lore reason, but, like, yeah. So it's held by the giant demon she summons. And yep, no change to her outfit. Still just really solid A. Like, not to the level of the S tiers, but couldn't be basic. Very high A. She has no... She has a little bit of lore. Just, yeah, really not much. Her outfit, though, this is SSS tier. This is, like, really basic streetwear, but this is the nicest possible streetwear you could get. You know what I mean? Like, I'm definitely a bit biased here, because I just really love the color scheme. But everything about this is just phenomenal. It perfectly highlights her body. It's got accents exactly where you want them. Her lore is ice cream. Yeah, her skins are phenomenal. The only thing I kind of don't like is the choker. But yeah, her drip in her skins is amazing. Like, this is, from what I understand, another promotional shoot, lore-wise. I could be wrong about that, though. Very wrong. But this is SSS tier, as much as this is just really nice A tier. Part of that's definitely the art style. I love Ask's art. It really pops. There's a reason Ask charges so much and still gets a lot of work. Her swimsuit is a little bit more basic, but again, the point of a swimsuit is to be functional and show off the body, male or female. And it is a really nice swimsuit. If it was just this, it would be easy SSS tier. I think with the others taken into account, it becomes an S tier. You love the effects on her summer skin? Yeah, same, man. I love Surta as a whole. It's a shame she doesn't have any lore. Promotional with thorns. Yeah, that's right. I thought that was the case, but I couldn't be sure if that was lore or not. But yeah, definitely high S tier, and part of that's me being biased towards Ask, because, damn. She looks amazing. Now, moving on, Swire. Swire, this is the first time we're getting to... This is a little unusual, but this is very stylish. Now, it's definitely not SSS tier. She doesn't have that much drip in terms of actual outfit. This outfit works because it's Swire. This outfit wouldn't work on anyone else, and that definitely adds points. Because when you think about it, she has enough sense of style that she has decided on a fashion sense that only works for her. No one else can pull the steal your drip meme. No one else would be able to rock this like Swire. I don't like the weird knee garb. Again, these shoes need to be tighter, especially around the wrists, but at least it's got a buckle there to keep it up. I don't like the fact that she's got weird mid-shin socks and then thigh highs. Like, I like it aesthetically, but as an outfit, that's weird. The jacket's really lovely. I personally don't like orange as a highlight color, but she rocks it, and it works really well with her hairs, and it contrasts her eyes, which makes her eyes really pop. The beret, very nice. Pouches, mostly practical. I love the giant spike ball that she's carrying. Oh, you thought it was a house arrest monitor? Yeah, it really looks like it. That's by far the worst part of the outfit. Her E2, absolutely the same. You just see it from the other angle. And you get to see her whip in action. Absolute S tier. Maybe A, but you wouldn't put this any lower than A. And I'm going to give it a few extra points because, again, I couldn't see anyone else rocking this outfit. So even though it's not like absolutely god tier insane, it is very styled for her specifically. She has chosen this very carefully. You didn't know she has the drills? Yeah, she's got the anime drills. And then in her outfit, she looks excellent. Once again, this is very clearly styled for her. I don't like this one as much stylistically. This is a bit more, oh, I can buy really nice clothes, and it looks a little bit more haphazard, but it's still a really, really nice outfit. I don't think she's quite SSS, but I'd say Swy is an S. Like, it just looks great on her. She gives off rich vibes, but she's not just nice looking because she's rich. She also puts time and effort into dressing appropriately. Like, yeah, this is, by our standards, a little inappropriate because of how much thigh you're showing. But this is a work uniform. This is a more day-to-day outfit. Like, she knows time and place, and she looks great either way. Shoes don't matter because operators never move. Damn, you got me. That's not fully true because Yato and Inez can move. But yeah, no. I'm going to give Swire another S. So 4 S's in a row all start with the letter S. Really is the S tier. Her default feels incomplete with that, but the beret, yeah, absolutely. But like, again, bits like that, where even just having the beret there instead of on her head makes the outfit look worse, really highlight how impressive the outfit is. Like, she thought, oh, I need this slightly slouched beret off to one side to pull the outfit together, and she was absolutely right, because it looks strange without it. The bad shoes. They take, yep, that's why the redeploy time is so long. They keep tripping over their shoes. Red's got practical boots, Phantom's got practical shoes, and they are fast redeploy. That explains it. Alright, moving on. The Lord Tachanka. Now, I would love for him to be absolute S tier, but he isn't. Unfortunately. This is the Lord. I love Tachanka so much. That Silverass is his shoe designer. That's funny. But as much as I love Tachanka, it's just kind of fatigue themes. Like, the only thing you're getting out of this outfit is there's some padding, there's some pouches, and he's very clearly here to kill you. And it's the same as his other outfits. Like, the highlights are almost the guns and his visor and his eyes. Nothing else really pops. Even with this, like, it's a little bit nicer, but the highlight is the visor. There are some highlights with the belts. I love the pistol as well. Take note, Irene, if you're going to have something strapped pointing at your crotch, at least put it in a proper holster so that it doesn't jostle around. That being said, that is still very poorly attached. So is that pouch, but that's a bit awkward. But gotta be honest, Tachanka, I'm just going to have to give him a B. There's nothing wrong with his outfit, but what pops is his personality. He's definitely low on the B2. I would feel really bad if I gave him a cringe. Given that he went from the real world to the Arknights world, the fact that he's even competing with the drip, absolutely fair. E2 pose and lighting for the Lord really make it skyrocket, absolutely. But the outfit itself doesn't play as much into it. I love his E2. I love how it spells Lord in bullet in bullets in the background. But like, that's just a case of it being a really amazing design, really amazing art, rather than it being a really amazing costume. Because yeah, if you dress as Tachanka, everyone's going to recognize you as Tachanka, but anyone who doesn't know the game is just being like, oh, they're doing some weird army thing. They're not going to comment on any specific details because there kind of aren't any. That being said, Tachanka's still amazing. I'm so glad we got him. It's just the outfit, not too much to say, really. Now, moving on to yet another Drip King, though. Tequila looks fantastic. I'm not a big fan of the shorts. I don't even personally like the color scheme. But yeah, like, Tequila is indisputably SSS. This is really basic clothing, but he's made it look so good in how he's wearing it, how he's got the highlights, how it's sitting on him, the different color schemes. Like, this is 100% custom made, and he will 100% have chosen every color. And it's just, it ties together so perfectly that there's nothing to really point at in the outfit and go fix this, except this weird hook with a belt thing that doesn't really work. But like, yeah, it's really basic, but in a way that if you saw someone wearing this IRL, they could absolutely rock it. His style is very unique, absolutely. Likewise, his E2, it looks a bit weirder without the jacket showing off his armpit. It looks more basketball style. And the shorts look weirder, but that's just how they're drawn because of the angle. Like, they're sitting low on his waist here, and I don't like it, but they sit higher here, so I'm willing to ignore it. Legs, midriff, armpits, pecs, cute, dog, big sword, Mjolnir archetype, yeah. Also, unlike Nainar, he gets his counter ability at E0 and E1, which I find very helpful in IS2. Linar actually needs E2 to have his counter. Dog drip is SSS, absolutely, man. Look at that best boy. And then you get to his skin, and look, this is Tequila if he's working at a host cafe, if he's trying to flirt people into doing what he wants, you know what I mean? And it's working. Of course it's gonna work. There's not too much to say. Like, he even pulls off the weird overall straps. Like, he is just SSS. There's no point debating it because he just is. He looks absolutely phenomenal. One champagne tower. Yeah, you're going to drain your whole bank account into tequilas. Yeah, that's the word. He's got the suspenders, thank you. No dog in skin, F tier. I mean, when you think about it, he is also a dog, so technically there is a dog in skin. But this is a staff-only area, so no dog. Then we get to Thorns. Not quite as much of a drip king as Tequila, but still incredibly fashionable. Like, a little bit messy. Like, his pants, they're slightly differently sitting on one side. His shirt's tucked in loosely, but it works. Like, it looks almost stylistic. Very, very nice streetwear. You like his hair? Yeah, absolutely. Again, this is another case of the trash bin style hair that I don't usually like, but he pulls it off. He took sword advice from Lapland, yep. I love that it's got poison in his bag that's dripping down onto the sword. He spilled piss. There have been many memes about that I won't repeat here because I don't want to get demonetized before I'm even monetized. The jacket is a little bit basic, but like, he rocks it. It could be a little bit longer, but it's just like, this is solid S. This isn't quite SSS tier, but this is, you could see someone wearing this IRL as well, which gives it a lot of points. It's a lot easier to understand because this is just really, really fashionable. He's even wearing the double shirt just so we can make it asymmetrical. P-vials. And yet, literally no changes E2 except the pants are a bit easier to see. And I actually prefer them in E0. They're a bit weird in the E2, but he doesn't care about his appearance much. Yeah. Look, it's like Akafuyu. Akafuyu is blind, but she dresses, like, mostly blind, but she dresses incredibly. Thorns doesn't care about his appearance, but he is putting to shame, like, most people. He's still S tier. He's like, okay, I don't want to worry about this. I just want to look amazing. Then you get to this, once again, just excellent streetwear. Yeah, if he actually cared, if this is him not caring, him caring is SS tier. But that being said, like, this is just S. This is solid streetwear. Really, really amazing. Most people could pull this off. But you could definitely do a bit more with it. But that being said, like, it's still amazing. He's still dripped out the wazoo. Just got pizza. What do you miss? A fair few guards. Here is a quick rundown of the list. We did unfortunately add a fair few units to cringe. But Thorns just got an S tier, which, considering he is not trying, is very, very high. Found your jaw under your bed. Give it to the Tooth Fairy. They'll give you a Dodge Charger. Coming up next, Udage. Now, Udage is supposedly a fashionista, but unlike Orchid and unlike Bibik, it kind of doesn't show. This jacket is weird. Like, it's colorful. The backpack's strange. I kind of like the nails, but The shirt is a semi-skirt, has belts. Yeah, it's Gyaru fashion, but it's not even nice Gyaru fashion. Like, the thigh highs are weird. They're way too tight. Her shoes are strange. You, Tej? Sorry, I don't get that one. You like her design, but the colors feel too much? Yeah. Like, this is the kind of person you'd see at a college campus who, yeah, they're dressed nice for a college campus, but they still have a little bit to go in fashion, if that makes sense. What is Yudage supposed to be? I don't actually know. Some kind of lizard something. I prefer her E2 because I love the shaded eyes. But the outfit is basically the same. And it's a bit of a weird outfit. Sorry, that laugh was weird. I don't know how it came out like that. I usually don't laugh like that. Yeah, I think she's some kind of mythical creature. I just don't know what it is. So presumably not Greek myth. That's the one I'm most familiar with. But like, yeah, she talks a lot of big smack about being a fashionista. This is a kind of weird jacket, a very baggy shirt, weird belts, and then weird thigh highs and shoes. Like this, not gonna lie, this outfit is basic or cringe. It could go either way. She walks like a pencil, yeah. Then, like, this is the attraction of this outfit, not the clothing. You know what I mean? At least the sunglasses and hat are nice. But the actual outfit itself is like, these shorts are weird. These shoes are really weird. Again, the platform sandals. What are you doing? For 15 to 24 OP, they better have drip and base skins. Yeah. I mean, hey, Yudage definitely doesn't take hundreds of OP to get, to be fair. Are those pipes attached to her jacket? Yeah, I have no idea, man. It's just weird. Like, you can't even tell what this is supposed to be, and it doesn't even look nice. Yeah, you'll give me 2 reasons her skin is SSS tier. The skin, maybe, not the outfit. And for logistical reasons, not a lot of people could wear this outfit. But that doesn't make it interesting. The most interesting part of the outfit is her hairstyle, the sunglasses, and the hat. The jacket is weird, the shorts are weird, the shoes are weird. That's weird. Her latest skin, though, it's still a little bit weird, but this is more of a fashionista style outfit. Like, the beret's lovely, the jacket's lovely, the shirt's lovely, the skirt's great. I don't like the garter belt style on these stockings, but you usually wouldn't see that, because you usually wouldn't be seeing up her skirt. If it's in... Yeah, no, this isn't SSS tier. Absolutely, like, it doesn't compare to Tequila or Chongyui. I agree. I don't like the bright yellow leggings. It is way too blinding, especially because her eyes are purple. She's based off a Japanese chimera. That would make sense, yeah. Yeah, gotta be honest, like, this outfit I would give an A. The rest I'd give a cringe. So I think as actual outfits, they're kind of cringe. Like, as much as Lore says she's a really great fashionista. No, I'll give her basic. She's definitely better than any of the people in cringe. Now that I see that list again. But, like, she claims she's a fashionista. She needs to take notes from Orchid and Bibik. Is the lighting making the skin yellow or one legging longer? No, one legging is longer. Like, that covers her entire leg. This one only covers half. It's weird. But yeah, like, this is definitely her nicest outfit as an outfit, but it's still, like, a little bit strange. The first thing you see is Toho crossover. Yeah, fair enough. Alrighty, now moving on to Auntie. We've done Uncle, now Auntie. Now, I've got to be honest, like I said with Nell before, you got to add the context of she is a performance knight. Yeah, a bit of a retired one, but this is her performance outfit. This is really, really excellent. Like, yeah, there's a little bit of exposed thigh, but the shorts are really nice. The leggings are really nice. The shoes are not practical at all for performance fighting. Single and ready to mingle. Yep. But, like, design-wise, this is a really, really fantastic outfit. The shoes don't match the outfit. That's the only thing I can say. Because this looks so practical, like you could step back into the ring, you got to get better shoes. Why does the breastplate have a bra? This is just a case of she's only wearing a breastplate. So it's more a single piece of chest armor rather than anything else, and it's very clearly custom made. But at the end of the day, like, it's got straps here and straps here, so she's just wearing this piece. Because the parts that cover the neck are actually a separate piece in a lot of armor. Not all, but a lot. She's one of the most attractive characters in the game. I do actually kind of agree with that. Her design with her E0 is really great. I don't like the pants in her E2 as much. As much as everyone memes about, oh, look at the ass. What kind of shoes would better suit her? Yes, some kind of boots. If you want to go heel, you'd have to have a bit of a boot. But honestly, it's more just these are really lovely for formal nights. But because the heel is so high and because there's no straps holding this in place, these are going to come off really easily and you'll end up barefoot. Yeah, she's got office lady shoes. You don't like the angle of her hat? Her ears are supposed to be symmetrical. Yeah, the angle of the hat is a bit weird. In E1, yeah. Like, it looks much nicer in E0. But in the E2, looks a bit weird. The breastplate also looks a bit weird, but the thigh highs look great. And again, like, this shows you the shoes, shows you what I mean. These will be very easy to take on, take off. This is more office lady, though. You wouldn't fight in this. The rest of the outfit, though, is built for combatant. So, gotta be honest, though, like, especially when you take into account her fancy dress, yeah, even these shoes are more practical. Yeah, they've still got the heel, but they're at least tied on. They're not going to slip off when you start running. I do like, again, the protect one knee and only one knee. Thigh strap, lovely skirt. I love asymmetric skirts like this with a thigh slit. Looks really amazing. This is more formal wear than competitive wear, but very, very pretty. I think the face is a little bit weird proportion-wise, but very pretty. You've seen B. Janet whip ass in those shoes? Yeah, these ones, or the previous ones. In these, it probably happened in a movie. In these, I can see that. Because it's just a case of, if you move quickly, these are coming off. Because there's no strap or anything holding them in place. But that being said, I reckon Whisslash is a pretty easy S tier. Like, she's not nearly as dripped out as Tequila or Gaviel. Actually, it's close. Yeah, I reckon still S tier. Not quite to the same level as Gaviel or Cubai. But definitely, like, really high S tier. Yeah. Probably top tier S tier. Depending on how she fights, she could pay... yeah, she's a whip fighter, so absolutely one knee would be more vulnerable. But the point of knee protection is more so you can drop to the ground and take a knee, which, let's be real, you're not going to do that in this outfit. This is a ceremonial outfit, ceremonial sword. And she doesn't have any knee protection in her other outfit, which, aside from the shoes, this is a combat outfit. And a very good-looking one. For a combat knight, not for fight to the death. Okay. Only like 6 to go. Last before the special upcoming DLC. Now, as much as I like Wind Chime, this outfit is not it. This is all over the place. Yeah, she has, like, the highlight is her stomach. Yep, she's got the Scardy pants, and they're worse than Scardy's because they're also baggy. She's got the mandatory belts that don't make any sense. Why would you have a bell tied to your waist on a piece of string wrapping around a belt underneath another belt? The Eurypathy monitors in weird space. Again, these shoes need to be tighter. Scardy pants and Kingdom Hearts shoes, yeah. But, like, she is very, very pretty. Very well drawn. I love the art style. The outfit is cringe. Yeah, it's not a good combo. It's a cringe outfit. It's not like Don't Step Outside. But it's just not a good outfit. In her defense, she carries everything. Yeah, that is fair. She's prepped for any situation, but that doesn't excuse these pants. And then you get to her E2. She's prepped for any situation except wearing a bra, apparently. Which very much shocked me when I saw this, because this is probably the most lewd canonical outfit Arknights has ever had. She could have carried things a little neater, absolutely. Like, belt overload. Big sword, you're right. But gotta be honest, while she's very pretty, Wind Chimes is kind of a cringe in terms of actual outfit. Increasing defense, yeah. Yeah, no pants. But, like, this is what I mean. She looks nicer without the pants. That's how bad those pants are. Wearing just shorts looks significantly nicer. And yet, decent jacket, but she's not even wearing it. Yeah, she has no defense. It's canon. But yeah, it absolutely looks better without the pants, which is a real indictment of the pants. The fact that the outfit looks better when you remove something means she's done it wrong. Especially since it's not like they're practical. So yeah, gonna give her a cringe. It's not to the same level as Morgan. She doesn't look homeless. She just looks weird. Alrighty, one sec. Let me get a quick sip of water, then I'll move on to the last few in the DLC tier. You doubt anyone would see her E2? I know a few people who have E2'd her solely for her E2 art. And have never used her. 3 hours, 40 minutes, I know, right? It's just the cards as well. And I'm even trying to move relatively quickly. But yeah, no, thanks everyone for stopping by. It's great having people here to chat with. Alrighty. Now, moving on to the spicy special DLC. You have her in Quartz E2, will not be getting Hodora. You say that now, wait till you see the whole bakery he's bringing. You use her for farming stages? Yeah, that's fair. When you're doing like 1-7 and it doesn't really matter. Or when you're doing a trust farm, like she's decent, but she's not the best. Yeah, starting off incredibly strong. Degenbreaker, or Degenbrecher. Or Swordbreaker, translated from German. I think it's actually Daggerbreaker, my mistake. Women in suits, man. And it's not just any suit. It is a very clearly color scheme, thought out, tailored suit. The Breaker of Degenerates. Oh, you mastered her third skill, Degenbreaker, I assume? She hasn't come out yet, so I don't know her skills. Hodora's pecs, yep. She is incredibly dripped. She is incredibly hot. The straps to carry a knife, to carry more knives. Like, it's the meme of, I love a girl that would actually just kill me. The only weird bit is this knee protection. You're not taking a knee in suit pants this tight. You're just not doing it. Especially not in those kind of shoes. You're going to crease them like crazy. That being said, though, easy S tier. I wouldn't quite go SSS drip queen, because this is just a really nice suit, but still a suit, but easy S tier. Wind Chime, her skills are arse. The best thing she does is stun. Yeah, kind of like Quartz. Skill 3 is Irene, but auto charge? That sounds amazing. And yet, her E2 just shows off her undershirt. Splattered in definitely not blood. Oh, no, this is blatantly blood. Okay, they must have changed the censorship laws since the game came out. But no, like, she's a very attractive woman wearing very tight, very formal clothing. She looks amazing. Another easy S tier. She inflicts rumble. Enemies can't attack while blocked. That sounds, if it had good uptime, absolutely broken, so I can kind of understand why the devs would, Or do you mean Degenbreaker? Because if so, that's ridiculous. Her shirt needs some advice from Wind Chime. Look, that's what fan art is for, my friends. Why are the shoulder guard and knee pad on opposite sides? You wouldn't actually necessarily want them on both sides, because look, if you do need to drop to a knee, and because she's right-handed, the shoulder guard does make sense. The knee part is irrelevant and weird. You would want the shoulder guard on your right hand, because you're using a two-handed sword with your right hand. Most of the time, that's more vulnerable. She'll get fan art in like 5 months. Dude, she's had fan art since she released as an enemy. Not much, but she has like a decent chunk. And yeah, I'm very, very keen for the rest as well. But yeah, like, she doesn't have a skin yet. Not flooding, because it is like, it's a very nice suit, but it's still just a suit. But easy S tier. She knows her strengths, she plays to them. Moving on, Hodora. This is a more practical Inez, but nowhere near as nice to look at. It has a very lovely sword. It's very practical. It's got the Guts Berserk style, but you're not him in this art. You know what I mean? Like, my guy thinks he's him, he's not. The pecs are so big he has no reason to wear a shirt. You're absolutely right. Now, he needs to take a note from the Wind Chimes. E2. You'd look at that all day, every day. Yeah, absolutely. He looks amazing because he is an attractive guy and he's wearing bulky armored clothes. But like, as an actual outfit, when you break down the components, it's just kind of all over the place. It's just bulk. It's confusing. There's no real highlight points aside from the red. And the red does look really nice. But it's very much built for practicality. But that being said, you'd want an intact cloak so you can use it as a makeshift sleeping bag. Yeah, bro thinks he's him. To be fair, you see his E2? Bro's him. He's got the exposed side. Like, the fact that he looks better without the cloak, though. The outfit does look a bit worse, though. Like, this is more a case of Hodora is very hot. It's not his outfit. His outfit is weird, and not in the Swire sense of no one else could pull it off. No one else could pull it off, and he also can't pull it off. But yeah, no, they inexplicably decided Hodora is going to show up, and he's going to flex on everyone by having, like, the nicest ass in the game. They hadn't given any really amazing male ups since Phantom, so they decided, you know what, Hodora. That being said, as an outfit, this is cringe. Like, it's a little below basic. But, like, Hodora himself is much higher than cringe. We all know it. But like with Wind Chimes, he might be very attractive, same as Wind Chimes, but that doesn't mean his outfit is. Now, moving on to Lessing. I don't know much about Lessing. I haven't actually seen the design before. Oh, I like this. He looks like he is a fan damage art piece. Yeah, Fire Emblem. You're absolutely right. He's got that. He's just been damaged and it's Fire Emblem. I reckon this is about an A tier. Like, this is definitely not S, but this is really, really nice. Like, it definitely gives off a bit of Kirito vibes. There are some belts where they don't make sense. But I'm looking forward to meeting this guy. Yeah, there's some weird flappy bits. The big sword definitely helps. But this is like... It's discount Emi Yoshiro. But it's still really nice. Is his sword clinically insane? Why does it have a straight jacket? Yeah, he sent his sword to an asylum, and they were really confused, but he kept insisting, so they tied it up and handed it back and said it was safe. Simple but nice. Yeah, this is above basic simple. This is really, really nice, but very simple. It's something Saria would wear. I would love to see Saria wearing this. You're absolutely right. His E2 looks a bit worse because it's sitting weird because of the pose. You'll not be paying attention to him at all because you're looking at even holds. Yep. Ebony is very good looking, what can I say? But no, this is another case of, this is a side character energy. Like Noircorn. This is the next tier up of side character. This is like right before you face the final boss, you have to face their final minion, who's dapper as hell and becomes a fan favorite, but like not the main character. Yeah, he's Kirito, but Arknights. So yeah, I'm going to give him an A tier. I actually really like that design, but part of that's definitely my own biases. Yeah, you can't unsee it, yep. I mean, Kirito's design is very common. People just don't point it out because they don't like acknowledging that they've seen Sword Art Online because we were all into it when we were younger and then grew up and thought it was cringe. I'm built different though. I know it's cringe and I still like it. He has a really good theme, looking forward to it. Blood Knight when? I know, right, man? There are a lot of NPCs I want to see playable. At least he doesn't look unnecessarily edgy. I do agree. He's got the Knight Templar style. He's got, like, practical armor. It's just the color scheme is a bit edgy, and the blue definitely helps with that. You'd like to see Nightmare Knight again? Same, but I'm pretty sure he's dead. Oh yeah, I don't mean everyone watched Sword Art Online. Not everyone will have. I just mean a lot of people went through that phase and then pretend they never did because they acknowledge it as cringe now. I know it's cringe and I'm still happy to say, yeah, I watched that. Yeah, I enjoyed that when I was younger. I also loved Madoka Magica. Okay, now on to, I think her name translates to Lito or Pero or something. I don't read Russian. And her name is written in Russian, like Pozyomka. And it confuses me. Oh, dude, Madoka is S tier. I loved Madoka so much. I love Trauma. Lito, thank you. Yep. Manfred Beatrice. Man, who cares about Manfred? When are they going to give us Talula? Yeah, Madoka was the stuff. It was what made me realize I like it when characters get traumatized. Now, moving on to Lito. The miniskirt is not it. She has sus... You're right, it's Among Us me. Checks out seeing as an Arknights player. Man, Arknights is like a 6 or 7 out of 10 in terms of the trauma scale compared to what I usually read. But you're absolutely right. Yeah, she does kind of give me Lollipop Chainsaw vibes with the skirt, you're right. There's nothing too much to criticize here. It's definitely the same school uniform as Zima, but like, she hasn't pulled off the extras as nicely. It's more dominated by her weapons than anything. Is it any better in her E2? Eh. This is very sort of schoolgirl university fashion where they really love showing off their midriff and wearing a short skirt. Like, I know plenty of people who went through a phase like this. But I reckon it's just, like, very nice basic. Yeah. Oh, it's a bow? Yeah, it's a bow. She loses the patches. Yeah, you're right. The jacket becomes a lot more simple. Yeah, the axe bow. She's using it to hold it steady. They're two separate weapons. But absolute assertion of dominance. But yeah, that being said, Lito, just going to pop her in basic. It's very nice basic, but... Zima's the only one who absolutely drips out her school uniform. You know what I'm saying? It's not a good outfit for a Tundra. Bro, have you seen Cliffheart? She is a mountain climber and she insists on keeping her thighs visible. Yep, higher than any other tier list, unfortunately so. Now, moving on to absolute great way to end it. Another drip queen. Speaking of built different, this is incredibly impractical, but if you can manage to move without this getting tangled, absolutely phenomenal for a combat knight. With the context of, once again, this being a tournament knight outfit, even though it's not, I'm going to pretend it is, because it looks really amazing, even if it's incredibly impractical. Yep, Nell's girlfriend, elegant as hell, leg armor. Her drip is fire. Well, hey, she launches her drip at you, and that's all she does. Her kit is not, yeah, but I'm still excited for her. Her E2 shows it off some parts better. It's really impractical. I've got to, unfortunately, detract points for just the amount of fluffiness. Like, this is going to be a nightmare. This is going to be heavy. It's going to sway weirdly. It is impractical. There's too many flowing lines. It's probably like that. Yeah, you're right. This was one solid jacket, and she's just gradually singed away bits again and again. But that being said, like, I reckon without all the flowy bits, her armor would be S tier. Yeah, everything aside from the hood and the jacket is S tier, but I think with those taken into account, A tier. Yeah, he'll still build her unlike Arturia. Very fair. It is a really nice sword. I love the weapon design in Arknights. Yeah, the flowy bits do. They break up her silhouette, which isn't what you want as a performance knight. It works really well on someone like Phantom, because he's an assassin. It doesn't work well in Viviana. But that being said, still very eye-catching design. It looks better in this, when flowing parts aren't flipping up, covering her hair. But still, like, it breaks up her silhouette way too much. This part of the skirt is really nice. The back part's less so. Alrighty, and that is the end of the guards tier list. Let's have one more look, see if there's anyone I disagree with the placement on. I think Asticia might be more A tier, and maybe just got carried a bit by being super early. But, like, either high A or low S, I'm happy with that. You'll build her and degen at Blood... Yeah. Blood Knight. I think everyone's hoping for Blood Knight. People liked him. Tequila moves up. He's the highest it gets. I just ran out of space on the first line. Also, man, have you seen Blinar and Chibai? And even Gaviel? Like, if anything, Mountain and Chong Yui are probably the lower in the flooding, but they're still, like, flooding. But Blinar's skins are so amazing. Chibai's E0 is incredible. I do agree, though. Tequila's stylish as hell. But there's only so many tiers I can make. So, yeah, I think Spectre... Nah, she'd be very weak in the flooding tier, so she's just a really strong S. Anyone I just... Nah, all of the awesome. Again, awesome outfits. Basic, yeah. Nothing I really disagree with. No, yeah. Every summer op is stylish, yep. I mean, it's the best way to rank in money. They have an excuse to make it less tactical and more just stylish. Because the rest of the time, you've got the context of their combatants. So, like, Chen E1 is hype. I hard agree. Chen E1 looks amazing. But yeah, so that's probably going to do it for this ranking. This has been really fun. Thanks everyone for swinging by. Next one I do will probably be on Wednesday. I'll probably do the medics. And I believe someone wanted my Discord, so I'll pull that up. And yeah, you can add me as friends if you want. Let me just check. Got to get my other tabs open on the other monitor so no one can see it. You blinked. Yeah, oh yeah, sorry. You must have passed out for 4 hours. Let me do the whole thing again because you blinked. Oh, I do in theory have a Discord server, but it's literally just me compiling fan art of all of the different characters I like. As a few friends I know from when I was using Discord for Azul mainly. But yeah, no pressure, but I will pop it in the chat if you want it, and no pressure either way. Yep, see ya. Thanks for swinging by, Joe. And yeah, thanks everyone for swinging by. This is really fun having people chipping in. Okay, now what is my Discord name? How do you check this? I know my display name. It's the number I don't know. Oh, there we are. Sweet. So, if anyone does want to add me, yeah, no worries. It was a great stream. Thank you so much, man. I'm glad people are having fun. I have such a blast doing these. I'm really loving streaming as much as I was nervous the first time. And yeah, for anyone who does want to add me on Discord, absolutely no stress. But that is me. I do, in theory, have a Discord channel, but it is just me collecting sus fan art. Some of which is relatively extreme niche. Now, the context for that is I'm actually asexual. So it's not for those reasons. It's because I like the style. But I am aware that a lot of people like it for other reasons. But yeah, look, I might make a Discord channel about the stream in the future. But that depends how it goes. Oh, yep, already one friend request. And yeah, absolutely no stress. You're welcome to if you want to. If you don't want to, that's also absolutely fine. I will almost certainly be streaming next on Wednesday. Wednesday about 5:15. So 5:15 for me, AEST, which will be the same time as the previous stream I did on the Vanguards and Supporters, just 2 days earlier in the week. Never like Wind Chime for any Yeah, sure. You like Wind Chime for her personality. I understand. That being said, thank you all so much for swinging by. As expected, the guards, despite just being guards, took more than 4 hours. So I am going to take some, probably lozenges or something, because my throat is getting a bit sore. Thanks, everyone. I will see you next time on Wednesday. And yep, you like her for science. Yeah, you'll mysteriously decide to E2 her in the near future, for perfectly normal reasons. And yep, 07. Thanks, everyone, for watching. This has been very fun. I will see you on Wednesday if you swing by again.